if you are just now tuning in, of course, we've had some really great interviews throughout the week, and we're going to give you a recap of that coming up pretty soon. But we're so glad that you're joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Again, I'm Taylor Tucker in for Andrew Douglas. Your first alert weather is coming up at the top of the 8 o'clock hour, so stick around for that. A lot of great things happening, so stick around. We're going to take a 60-second break. We'll be back and get this thing rolling.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. No one wants children and teens to die from gun violence. Unfortunately, that is very much a relevant topic here in Memphis in the Mid-South. And everyone really agrees that firearm injuries being one of the leading cause of deaths is unacceptable. Let's bring in someone to talk a little bit about the trauma and perhaps some solutions to all of this. I'm joined now by Dr. Shay O'Malley. He's a trauma surgeon joining us on the digital desk. So tell me, Dr. O'Malley, tell me about the issue of gun violence and how the trauma affects children and teens. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, this is, just to be clear, this is probably the most important public health crisis of my career. I've been doing trauma for 20 years, and right now, gun injury is the #1 cause of death under the age of 17. What does it come from? It's from homicides, it's from suicides, and it's from accidental injury. We all hear the bits and pieces of it, but now that we're seeing it come together as the #1 problem, it's something that we have to address.
So we know that the issue of gun control and the issue of gun rights, very divisive topic. But when it comes to gun violence affecting teens and children, there's a lot of common ground. Let's talk about that.
Oh, absolutely. This is not a political conversation. This is not a law conversation. This is the safety of our children conversation. And we're part of a coalition of health systems that have come together. We're working with the Ad Council. People are going to start to see national advertisements on what we call Agree to Agree. There are resources on agreetoagree.org. And what we do know is nobody wants children to die. So we want to create a conversation about how do we as a community, how do we as a culture make this stop.
So we had something on our news this morning, Doctor, about billboards across the state of Tennessee, for example, talking about locking up guns and locking up firearms to keep them out of reach of children and teens. Is this kind of the basis of what you're talking about?
Yeah, I think we got to go after all three of those types of injuries. And one of the big ways, 80% of people who are gun owners all agree that this can be slowed down by locking up guns. You can prevent suicide by locking up guns and slowing people down. All people need is a moment to not access the gun, not access the weapon, and we can prevent the preventable injuries of incidental, suicide, and access for potential homicide. I mean, it's as simple as that. So those types of billboards, that's the type of grassroots movements we have to do.
From your perspective and from your job, Doctor, tell me about the impact that you see on children and teens.
So just from my experience, that's one of the hardest things that we see on the front lines is there's that moment where I've been in the emergency room or I'm in the operating room with a child and they're dead. And I've got to walk that distance to where the family is. And for those few minutes, for that family, their child is still alive. And so it's beyond the child, it's the whole family. There should never be a situation. That child should be at home with their family, enjoying life, living a long term. And people ask the question, what should I do now after their child's gone? And we don't have any answer for that.
Well, that's tough. I can only imagine how difficult that must be from your perspective, being a trauma surgeon. What else can we talk about? So we've talked about the PSA angle and billboards, that sort of thing. What else?
Well, and I would encourage people to go to the website, like I said, agreetoagree.org, because we want to start two conversations. One is with healthcare workers. How do you talk to your patients? How do you talk to families about having their guns locked up? How do you talk to your neighbors? So that's the second conversation, is how do we talk to each other? You wouldn't let your child go to a house without thinking about, are they going to be driven? Are they going to be safe in the car? Is the house safe? You would talk about dangerous things. We just need to talk about guns just as one more thing. And turns out it's not one more thing anymore. It's the number one thing.
Got it. Dr. Shea O'Mara, thanks so much for coming on the Digital Desk. We appreciate this very important conversation and solutions that we need to bring those numbers way, way down. They're way too high right now. We got a long way to go. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Parkinson's disease, that affects nearly 1 million people in the U.S., with more than 90,000 newly diagnosed each and every year. There's no one way to diagnose Parkinson's disease. It makes it difficult to recognize. Some early signs are tremors. Some other signs are loss of smell, trouble sleeping or walking, a soft or low voice, stooping over, hunching over, and non-motor symptoms like depression and anxiety. Let's talk a little bit about Parkinson's disease, how to recognize those symptoms, and some solutions out there that we can give to families and caregivers. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by a couple of people here. John Lair, he's president and CEO of Parkinson's Foundation, and Dr. Kathy Blake. She is someone living with Parkinson's disease right now. Good morning to you both. And John, I want to begin with you. Tell us exactly what is Parkinson's disease for our viewers out there, and the most important thing to know about Parkinson's disease. Good morning.
Yeah, you captured the early signs very well. So Parkinson's is called a degenerative progressive neurological disease. It's also known as a movement disorder. So some initial signs are the ones you listed, like a resting tremor, difficulty moving. But it is a whole body disease. It can affect cognition, mental health, your senses, the GI. People will start to notice symptoms, sometime before they actually get diagnosed by a physician, preferably a neurologist. The thing to know about it is the number one risk factor for Parkinson's disease is age. So people are mostly diagnosed later in life, in their 60s, 70s, and 80s. There's just a small percentage of people who are diagnosed with what's called young onset Parkinson's disease. And the other thing I'd say is you can live well with Parkinson's if you adhere to your medication regimen and if you exercise, which I think is really very important.
Thank you for that, John. Kathy, over to you. Tell me a little bit about your story and how you manage the symptoms of Parkinson's.
So I developed symptoms of Parkinson's about 12 years ago, but there was a period of 5 years in which the pain, the achiness in my left arm and shoulder. I thought it was arthritis. I thought I was just getting older. I saw an orthopedic surgeon, went to a physical therapist, and I got better. And it was only when I started to develop a very slight tremor in my left hand, and I was seeing a physical therapist, brand new, out of school, newly minted, and I mentioned it to her, and she said, you know, something else is going on here. She was the one who got the ball rolling and pointed me in the direction of a neurologist and then a movement disorder specialist. So once I found out I had Parkinson's disease, the prescription, the medication, so to speak, was exercise. And that's because exercise is the one strategy that will actually slow the progression of the disease. We don't have a cure, so we want to slow the progression. And then over time, my neurologist added medication to manage some of my symptoms as well.
Kathy, thank you. I appreciate that. John, over to you. What causes Parkinson's disease? Is it just genetic? I mean, how is it diagnosed?
Yeah, so we don't really know. We know that there are a number of causes. So again, age is the #1 risk factor. We also know that genetics plays a role in diagnosis. In fact, we're running one of the largest studies looking into the genetics of Parkinson's, a program called PD generation. And there are also environmental factors, some toxins out there that can also exacerbate and lead to a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease.
So I want to open this up to you both. Let's talk about resources available, how to best manage symptoms out there, and what would you say to family members and caregivers who are dealing with this disease with a family member? Kathy, let me start with you.
So what I would say to families and caregivers is learn as much as you possibly can about Parkinson's disease. That can be through some of the resources that John will mention. Second, you're not alone. So become part of a community of people either living with Parkinson's or caring for someone with Parkinson's. Exercise, and the exercise may be with others with Parkinson's, but it could be walking with friends. It could be riding a bicycle, going to the gym. And then lastly, get involved, if at all possible, with research. The study that John mentioned, PD generation, but also it's through research that we will get closer to better therapies and closer to a cure.
John, over to you.
Yeah, so for more information and resources, please go to our website, which is parkinson.org. That's parkinson.org. And if you want to talk to somebody live, call our helpline, which is 800-4PD-INFO. That's 800-4PD-INFO. We have Parkinson's experts who are ready and willing to answer any questions you might have about Parkinson's disease and to also direct you to resources in your local community.
Well, John and Kathy, thank you so much for this conversation. I feel like people out there at least either have someone in their family or know someone who has Parkinson's, and they are dealing with it as a caregiver or family member. We appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Very valuable information. Thank you. All right, back here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Formula One, now officially the fastest growing spectator sport in America. We got our travel guy, Gabe Saglier, live in Las Vegas, the site of the Las Vegas Grand Prix. We're talking Formula One. Gabe, good morning to you.
I've got the engine revving for you. I know how much you love red, so come on by. It's waiting for you.
Yeah, nice. So tell me about it. You got a sneak peek of this year's big race.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Third year in a row now that Las Vegas will be hosting one of these Formula One races, and that's happening November 20th through the 22nd. That's a weekend right before Thanksgiving, so plan accordingly. And today at 2 p.m. Central, those tickets officially go on sale. So there's a lot of anticipation. What do these tickets look like? What are my options? Can I get them? And you will, starting 2 p.m. Central Time today. But yeah, this is the big news is that for the first time ever, tickets are being slashed about 30 to 50% from pricing we would have seen last year. So general admission, single-day tickets from $50 and three-day passes for the three-day event, including the big races on Saturday night, November 22nd, from $400. And they've even introduced payment plans, interest-free, so you can pay for these over time. So I think the idea here is, Andrew, that as this continues to grow in popularity, let's make it that much more affordable, that much more accessible as we head toward year 3 of the F1 Las Vegas Grand Prix.
So tell me, Gabe, in your best opinion, why is this the fastest growing spectator sport in the country, Formula One?
Oh, a couple of different reasons, and this really has become sort of this multi-generational phenomenon where kids are telling their parents and their grandparents about this race that's really been a phenomenon for 75 years now, but all of a sudden it's gaining a whole new sort of younger enthusiasm, I think because of shows like that Netflix is putting out there, and because this has now become a very global phenomenon. It inspires the idea that maybe we can travel the world to see some of this adrenaline-pumping action. And I'll tell you what's testament to that really in a big way here in Las Vegas is this right here. This is Grand Prix Plaza, the latest attraction to open in Las Vegas. It's opening up May 2nd, and I'm going to take you in real quick just to show you kind of what this looks like. This is a 39-acre facility that'll be open year-round. So if you come into Vegas for a conference, for work, for fun, this is now going to be one of these attractions you can put on the calendar. And again, a testament to the fact that there is this appetite for all things Formula One. This is an area called F1X with cars that sort of span the decades of Formula One, showing you how these machines have evolved over time. There's F1 Hub with simulators where you can sit in the simulators, motion technology. You feel like you're behind the wheel of an actual Formula One automobile. And I'll tell you what I've really enjoyed this week is taking on the track at what they call F1 Drive. This is where you get to put on a helmet and sit behind the wheel of a state-of-the-art electric go-kart. And don't let the size fool you. They're petite, but they hit speeds of up to 30 miles an hour. And this is actually built inside F1 garages, and then when you go outside, you're actually taking on a portion of the track that the drivers themselves drive on when the Las Vegas Grand Prix happens in November. So a series of very immersive experiences, and again, open year-round starting May 2nd. And that's, I think, a testament to how this really has grown from multiple angles as this phenomenon that hits multiple generations and certainly is sort of fueling enthusiasm year-round.
Yeah, no question about it. Formula One, now the fastest growing spectator sport in America. Gabe Saglia on top of it all. Appreciate the download. Thank you so much. Be careful out there, Gabe. All right, Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to show you this. Sierra Hull is performing at Minglewood Hall in Memphis, April 23rd. Two-time Grammy-nominated artist and songwriter. And guess what? She is joining us right now on the Action News 5 digital desk. Sierra, nice to have you with us. I see you got
great to be with you.
Yeah, see, you have an instrument in your hand. First off, tell us a little bit about yourself and what the fans can expect when they come to your show April 23rd. Good morning.
Yeah, well, good morning. I'm so excited to get to come to Memphis. This will only be the second time I've ever actually got to play in Memphis, despite being a Tennessee girl. I grew up in the northern middle part of the state in Byrdstown, Tennessee, and have called Nashville home for a long time. Grew up playing a lot of bluegrass music, hence the mandolin. But yeah, I have a new record, a Tiptoe High Wire, that just came out last month, and so excited to be stopping through Memphis to share a lot of music off this new record.
I love it. I love it. So, so you grew up. I think it's outside of. Is it Clarksville? I think that's kind of where people would know.
It's not too far from Cookville, so like an hour
Cookville.
north
That's
of
right.
Cookville, if you know where that is. Yep.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Excellent. Excellent. So, so tell me about some of the experiences. I understand you've played with Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan. You played at the Grand Ole Opry, Carnegie. I mean, just kind of give us an update on what it's been like to have this kind of career and a little bit of insight on your journey.
Yeah, well, it's like I got started so young at like 8 years old, signed with Rounder Records when I was about 13, and have been, making records my entire career. This new record is my first independent release, which is kind of exciting. So it definitely feels like a new chapter. So we're touring all of April, sharing a lot of music off that. And then, of course, you mentioned Willie and Bob. We're actually doing a tour all throughout next month with Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, and Billy Strings called the Outlaw Tour, which will take us all over the West Coast. So yeah, it's just exciting to be out here. This is all I've ever wanted to do. So to be able to play music as a singer, songwriter, instrumentalist, somebody that grew up rooted in bluegrass, but also, I just love good music. So I find that I'm influenced by all different styles, whether it's playing my own stuff or collaborating with other people. I just absolutely love making music, and so thrilled to be on this journey.
I love it. I love it. So, so you got a little instrument there. We'd love to hear just a little bit.
Oh, all right. Yeah, sure.
Excellent, excellent. You know, the Zoom interview isn't the most acoustic, but I can tell
Mom
you,
was like, no.
it's going in and out because it's Zoom. It never cooperates. But but listen, Sierra, we really appreciate you coming on. Anything you want to say to the Memphis folks, people in North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas, West Tennessee, who may be watching and discovering you for the very first time and are interested in coming to Minglewood Hall April 23rd?
Well, this will be the first time I've got to come to Minglewood Hall. I think, again, Memphis being such a amazing, part of our state and the history of music from Tennessee that Memphis brings. As a fellow Tennessean, I'm honored to get to come play there. And, like I said, it'll only be the second time I've actually played there, but I love Memphis. Definitely gonna have me some good barbecue and just can't wait. Yeah, so come on out. We're thrilled to get to come back to Memphis.
Awesome, awesome. Well, we're thrilled to have you, Sierra Hall, performing at Minglewood Hall April 23rd. Congratulations on all your success and this new journey with this new album and all these different dates that you have on this new concert tour. Thank you so much for coming on the Digital Desk, and we look forward to seeing you in just a few days. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We love live music in Memphis and the Mid-South. It really is embedded in our culture here. Certainly we talk about it a lot on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, this morning we are talking about GPAC, the Germantown Performing Arts Center, and its spring lineup in the Grove. Joining me now to talk more about that, we have Emily Heffley on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. She is the program director. Emily, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. So tell us about the spring season. I hear it's going to be great. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, we are really, really excited to get back outside and listen to live music again. We have an outdoor venue. It's called The Grove at GPAC, and we are kicking off our concerts in The Grove a week from today, April 17th.
That's wonderful. I love it. I've been to those concerts before. It's a great atmosphere, a lot of families, a lot of food trucks. I mean, it's just you can't beat it. I mean, it's really, really nice. Tell us some of the highlights this season.
Yeah, we're going to start with Serena Wages next week. If you've never seen her, she is an incredible, soulful singer based out of Memphis, Tennessee. We've had her before, so she's going to kick it off next week. I really try to program a variety of voices and genres of music. So we've kind of got everything from, orchestral music to pop music to we've even got tropical fusion Latin band, all sorts of things that are going to get you up, moving and grooving and just really enjoying time with your family.
Okay, and so this is something that's taking place every Thursday evening, free to the public, right?
Well, actually, it's a small charge, but it's $9 for adults, and children are free. You can bring your own chairs, you can bring your own picnics. We will also have food trucks, and we also have a really nice plaza bar that you can purchase items if you don't bring them with you. But it's really affordable for the family. Again, you have lots of space to spread out. The concerts start at 6:30 and they end about 8 o'clock, so it's a nice time for people. Yeah, we really love it. It's such a beautiful, beautiful space if you've never been to it.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. Tell us about some of the festivals you got upcoming there too.
Yeah, we're really excited. We've got two sort of food forward festivals. The city of Germantown has a wonderful lemonade stand project where they get all of the community and neighborhoods to participate. So children get out with their lemonade stands. And then we're going to sort of culminate at our venue with a Great Squeeze Lemonade Festival featuring the band Almost Famous and Josh Threlkeld. So that's kind of a way for everybody to get together after that day and celebrate. And then in June, we're going to have fried chicken festival. Now we know in Memphis we love fried chicken, and so we're going to have some great vendors out there, music. We're actually going to have some games, some face painters. It's a lot of fun for the whole family.
We're showing some pictures right now of some of the festival goers from years past, and that's the lineup that you were talking about there. I guess it runs all the way from April till the end of June. Anything else we can touch on, Emily, before we let you go?
Yeah, we also have a free event actually on Fridays that will kick off in mid-May called Happy Fridays. And that is just a really relaxed environment with some really chill music on our plaza. So again, we're going to be busy Thursday, Friday, and Saturdays with festivals.
And let's talk about ways that people can see this lineup, see the various events that are happening at GPAC, especially at the Grove there.
Yeah, I always say check our social media. If you follow Instagram, Facebook, we're going to really update you with a lot of things in that way. We also have a website. You can find everything there as well. gpacweb.com.
Okay, gpacweb.com. Emily Heffley, GPAC's programming director. We appreciate you coming on the digital desk and look forward to more time spent outside enjoying all that live music you have to offer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Friday morning, the finally Friday edition. Of course, the weather is going to be fairly quiet for us for today, but there will be a couple of chances for a few passing showers this afternoon as clouds begin to roll back in here. But at least we start off with some sunshine here today. Temperatures topping out in the 60s, a couple spots closing in on 70 as we get a northwesterly breeze flow to kick in here around 10 to 20 miles per hour. Take a look at our first alert futurecast for today. You'll notice a lot of sunshine through at least lunchtime. After lunchtime, popping up a few clouds. We'll call it self-destructing sunshine here today because as the sunshine warms the atmosphere, it will get a little bit unstable in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere, kicking off those few isolated showers. It won't be overwhelming, but amid those few isolated showers, there could be a few small hailstones that could come down as well. After sunset, the weather does quiet down. The clouds will continue to clear out, and actually the temperatures bottoming out down into the 30s and 40s starting off early Saturday morning. It looks like we'll have a pretty nice way to get into the weekend. If you have plans to be out and about here this weekend, I think you're in good shape. Recovery efforts as well. Folks who are boots on the ground right now trying to clean up in the flood-ravaged areas and also the tornado-ravaged areas here across the Mid-South. Again, the weather should cooperate with you as we head through your Saturday. Again, a little bit on the cool side, but we won't be talking about strong winds. Now, the winds should start to pick up, though, as we head into your Sunday. We'll start off with temperatures in the 40s and near 50. And notice the temperatures come warming up pretty efficiently, well into the 70s, approaching 80 degrees on Sunday. Those winds, though, will be pretty aggressive, gusting around 30 to 40 miles per hour through the course of the day, and getting ready for some changes for the upcoming weekend, start of next week. And that comes by way of a front that will approach us. The Memphis Showboats going up against the Houston Roughnecks on Saturday afternoon over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. 1:30 kickoff. Great weather for that. Light winds. That will also kind of fill in for Cooper Young Porch Fest. That time frame 12 to 6 on Saturday. But again, you got some great weather, whether you're going to be on one side of the parkway or the other side of the parkway. I think you're in decent shape there. 1 p.m., 61 degrees, 65 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The final home game for your Memphis Grizzlies and the Dallas Mavericks as the final home game of the regular season. 2:30 tip-off. Of course, you can watch that on Action News 5 for free, starting off during the afternoon hours on Sunday. Again, great weather. Winds, though, a little aggressive, whether you're going to be seeing the Beale Street Bears in person or on Action News 5. I think you're in good shape. A lot of sunshine here. 77 by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, near 80 degrees, 4 o'clock. We're still looking at the river flooding across the Mid-South. Still got a long way to go with this. There have been improvements slowly but surely across the area. Nothing's rising for the Forked-Deer River across Dyer County, and nothing's rising along the Obion River at Bogota, but they're not going to go down immediately. It's going to take a long time because guess what? As that water starts draining towards the Mississippi's obviously running pretty high right now as well. So while it's draining, it's at a slower pace than it would normally do if the river wasn't already at a high enough level. So that's what we're dealing with. Of course, the Mississippi River now in flood stage all the way down the pipeline to Tunica County. Of course, the crest now at Memphis going to be still 36 feet, but instead of Monday, it's looking to be Wednesday morning as the water continues to drain out. We still have some issues along the Tyronza River, the Cache River, the Black and White Rivers over in Arkansas, and the St. Francis River. I will give a first alert to our friends in Madison, Arkansas. Eastern St. Francis County could have some issues there. The river still rising there at Madison to 36.5 feet. That will be moderate flood stage by the time we head towards early next week, and that could cause some issues again there on the east side of Madison. There in eastern St. Francis County. Of course, that water is still going to work its way down towards the Tunica area, coming out into the Mississippi River. The Coldwater River from Arcabutla Lake, it continues its trek down towards the south, towards the Sunflower River Basin, and eventually works its way down through some of the lakes and levees through the Mississippi Delta. Potential rainfall, though, we're positively not talking about anything overwhelming. The next best chance for rain probably comes in here as we head towards like Thursday and Friday of next week. Talking like an additional 1/10 of an inch of rainfall. That may be adjusted here in the next few days, as you'll notice on our first alert futurecast. Get you into Thursday morning. Some showers moving across part of the area. Not every section of the Action News 5 coverage area seeing the rain showers with temperatures in the 70s. And then you notice still the rain showers kind of coming and going even into Friday. That system worked its way out of the region as we head towards Friday evening. So that's good news. It won't be an overwhelming opportunity for rain, but anything at this point puts a little salt in the wound after what we've seen in recent days. A bit breezy here today, 65 the high temperature, morning sunshine, afternoon cloudiness, but even that, it's going to be more of a mixture of clouds and sunshine and a passing shower or two. We can't rule it out. Bright sunshine for your Saturday, temperatures in the middle to upper 60s through the afternoon hours, approaching 80 for Palm Sunday. Church services looking good. Windy conditions though. Winds gusting around 30 to 40 miles per hour. Afternoon chance of a shower on Monday, a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Cooler in the wake of that system, 68 the high on Tuesday, 72 on Wednesday, mid-70s coming up on Thursday, and a chance for a few showers again Thursday into Friday. Looking great for Good Friday on Friday of next week and Easter weekend. Hopefully we'll get away with not much fanfare, but Sunday there could be a few showers late in the day that will lead us into the first, leading into the Monday after Easter. The weather overall, though, still very quiet comparatively to where we have been in recent weeks. I will give you a heads up in a first alert. It does look like in a broader sense, and when I say broader sense, I'm talking about regionally to at least local nationally. We're talking, the southeast, the south central portion of the United States. There could be some more storms to contend with as we head towards the end of the month of April. We're still a long way away from that, but just want to give you something to kind of think in the back of your mind. I don't think that we have to worry about anything severe weather-wise between now and this 10-day forecast. But beyond the 10-day forecast, we're talking in the 15, 16, 17-day range. Could be talking about the potentials for some storms coming back into the fold at some point in time. But let's enjoy what we have for now. And of course, for the folks who are dealing with recovery efforts, at least you got some great weather to contend with the next couple of days. But be prepared for that warmth that comes back in here on Sunday amid the gusty breezes as well.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Next month, the Tennessee Ballet Theater is proud to present its spring show, The Icon, Babby Lovett, Fashion Legend, coming to the McCoy Theater at Rhodes College. This is happening on April 4th and 5th at 7:30, April 6th at 2:30 in the afternoon, and then April 11th and 12th at 7:30. Tickets are $45. Group discount of $40 are available for parties of 6 and more. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Aaron Walter, director of the show. Aaron, thanks for joining us. So tell us about this show. Good morning.
Andrew. Well, we are so excited to present this show. Tennessee Ballet Theater specializes in celebrating Memphis history through dance. And what a wonderful way to celebrate Babby Lovett, who is 92 years old, who started her love for show business by falling in love with dance. And we are going to present the audience with 14 dance pieces and one song that will be sung by her granddaughter. And each dance is created to celebrate a certain aspect of Babby's life. Everything from her growing up in McCrory, Arkansas, sitting in her English walnut tree outside her grandmother's house, dreaming about being Betty Grable, to her being Calvin Klein's first fit model and modeling both in Memphis and New York for fashion designers like Oleg Cassini and Bill Blass and, of course, Calvin Klein. So, and also doing her amazing shows with Memphis City Beautiful to raise money to clean up the city, which she did. They were called Curbside Couture fashion shows where designers were challenged to take discarded materials and turn them into wearable art. And so we're celebrating that aspect of her career as well. She's just an incredible person. She is blind now and has been for fully blind for about a year. She started going blind about 2 years ago with macular degeneration and glaucoma. So she has to feel the clothes, her 3,000 piece collection, in order to tell which piece is which. and she conjures up an image in her mind of that piece of clothing. And she says that it's like having crayons in a crayon box, and she matches them together and creates a piece of art with them. But she does it fully with touch now. And she did that last year in April with 40 students from University of Memphis from the fashion department. She created a fashion show at the Central to the Arts Festival at the Scheidt Theater at University of Memphis, fully with using her sense of touch. She's just an incredible person.
It sounds like it, Erin. And, you know, I didn't really know much about her until I was prepping for this interview with you. Wow, what an institution. And I love when you talk about, you know, her past and what she's done, and University of Memphis and first model at Calvin Klein. Tell me more about her past. I find that so fascinating.
Well, she talks about how rich the fashion industry was in Memphis in mid-century, 20th century, and that not many people know about that. And she really wants to get the word out about that and celebrate that aspect of Memphis history, that in the 50s and 60s, designers from New York, if they wanted to sell their garments outside of New York in the South, they would come to Memphis. There were no Atlanta or Dallas markets there. And because cotton was king at that time, and there was so much cotton money in Memphis, there was also so much, you know, interest in buying clothing and women wanting to be fashionable. And so Calvin Klein's first show that he did outside of New York was in Memphis. And I never knew that, and I grew up in Memphis. So she's excited about sharing that aspect of fashion history with Memphians. And I think it's so interesting too that when she talks about her career, even though she modeled, sometimes she would go to a New York Fashion Week in the 60s and 70s, and she would model for 10 different designers in one day, running from one showroom to the next. But even though that was so glamorous and amazing, and she was hobnobbing with all these famous designers, really she talks about her start being in Memphis with those designers. She befriended them because they came to do trunk shows at Goldsmiths and Laclede's and Levy's, Francis Wright, places like that in Memphis that were, at one point, Goldsmiths was part of the Federated line of department stores. And in Memphis, they had the highest per capita sales in the entire Federated line, which, you know, owned Macy's, because this area drew so many people from Missouri, Mississippi, Arkansas, and all parts of Tennessee. So I thought that was fascinating. I did not know that history. She even talks about how we did the first Christmas parade in the Federated family of brands. And then New York's Macy's took that idea and turned it into what they have now with their Christmas parade. I thought that was so interesting that Goldsmiths did that first, and I did not know that. So I love listening to her when she talks about Memphis history. She talks about how we're a surviving city, how we don't know all of the things that we should be proud about as a city. And that's one thing that I feel so connected with her in terms of the work we do at Tennessee Ballet Theater, celebrating Memphis. So not only is she just an incredible person, I mean, she's 92 and blind, and she always talks about how it's just another one of life's adventures, and that, you know, she is glad that she has a rich imagination, because she's sort of come full circle now as a 92-year-old, that she gets to close her eyes and imagine kind of playing Let's Pretend like she did when she was, you know, in her family's home in McCrory, Arkansas, swinging on that dreaming tree, imagining, you know, being a star, dancing on a stage. So it's just incredible
fantastic.
how she has such optimism. One of her friends told me she was born on June 21st, which is the longest day of the year, first day of summer, and how apropos that Babby Lovett was born on that day, a day that has the most sunlight in the entire year, because she is the most optimistic person that, you know, that you could ever come across.
You know, I married a native Memphian, Erin, and she would always talk about what you just mentioned, how that time period, you know, there was no, as you mentioned, no Atlanta or Dallas. It was Memphis that was kind of the fashion capital there of the South. And it's so neat to hear more about Babby Lovett's history, and how she was so much intertwined with all of that, and Calvin Klein, and I love seeing these pictures here too of her. Tell me more about how that life story comes to light and comes to life at the Tennessee Ballet Theater and next month at the McCoy Theater at Rhodes College.
Well, Andrew, I think about the way we created these dances, and I think about them being like bespoke dances. You know how you talk about having a suit made that's a bespoke suit? Well, all of these dances were made precisely to celebrate one aspect or another of Babby's life. So, for example, the first piece, I had interviewed Babby with my friend Leela Dodge, who's very good friends with Babby, and she's on our board. And I interviewed her all about her childhood growing up in McCrory. And then I wrote a script that I had an actress read as if she were Babby as a little girl, talking about growing up in McCrory, traveling to Memphis with her mom and dad as her dad went on cotton trips to show his cotton samples. He was a farmer. In the farming industry with cotton, soybeans, and rice. And he would show his samples on Front Street. And as a little girl, she and her mom would go shopping to Goldsmiths and Levy's. And she talks about how her dad would pull up to the Gaelso Hotel and say, okay, which is it today, Babby? Are you wanting to go to Little Heaven or Big Heaven? And Little Heaven was Levy's and Big Heaven was Goldsmiths. And she talks about pressing her nose up against the glass and seeing the gorgeous displays of clothing in the windows of all the department stores. And she talks about how Main Street was really like Fifth Avenue. And to her, it was her New York. And how there were, I didn't know this, in addition to the Orpheum, there were 3 other theaters on Main Street. I didn't know that. And so she talks about how they would have vaudeville shows during the day and then movies at night. And so that dance, you will see the dancers dancing to the words that are being spoken by the recording of the actress, speaking the words that I wrote about her life. And so you'll see that coming to life when she talks about swinging in a tree. The male dancers are holding her and she's lifted up in the air. When she talks about listening to the radio to the show Let's Pretend on a Saturday morning, she gets the dancers that are kind of representing aspects of her imagination to lift her up in the air as she pretends she's riding around on a speedboat. So everything's sort of acted out. And then Babby was a USO dancer, and she went to the, I think it was called the Newport Army Air Force Base in Newport, Arkansas. And she would perform there with a little troupe of professional dancers when she was 10 years old. So we have a USO dance that's very fun and interactive with the audience. The girls are dressed in 40s attire. And then she met her husband at Southwestern, which was then Rhodes. So there's Southwestern, which is now Rhodes, which is where the performance will take place. So there is a piece where she meets her love of her life, Paul Lovett, at a fraternity party, and they dance. So that's a beautiful romantic piece. She talks about how when she came into his arms and he held her, he was the best dancer she had ever danced with. And she says now, he died in 1987, and now all these years later, it's 38 years later, and she still sometimes gets up in the middle of the night and says, Alexa, play Glenn Miller Orchestra. And she asks Paul to dance with her. I mean, it's just so beautiful. Their romance is so beautiful. So we captured that in a beautiful pas de deux with J.D. Bryant and Alyssa Abbas. And then there's some abstract dances that explore like her perseverance and her willingness to dive into any challenge. Like when she was in her 80s, she produced a Broadway musical called Violet, which won a Tony Award for Best Musical, starring Sutton Foster. And so she spent a lot of time in New York doing that. Just incredible. She was always driven to be in New York and be a performer and be on Broadway, and she made that dream happen. But she was in her 70s and 80s when she was working on that show. So we have a piece that it's interesting. It's got 5 dancers, and Babby is played by Ashley Hannah Davis, wearing all hot pink, and all the other dancers are wearing black, and they stretch out a big bungee cord net, and it's supposed to be a metaphor for challenges that Babby has faced in her life and how she just dives right in. She just, a lot of people see something that they might be curious about or interested in, and they don't know anything about it. And they might just say, oh, well, that's interesting. Well, Babby dives in and she participates in it. And so that whole dance is about that. So that's one of the things I so admire about her. I mean, she produced a TV show in Little Rock called Love Rock. And it was the goal of it was to celebrate and promote Arkansas musicians and to provide a venue for them to have exposure so that they wouldn't just be making money playing, night to night or weekend to weekend in the honky tonks, but could maybe get record contracts. So she didn't know anything about producing TV show, but she dove into that with her friend Debbie Rockefeller from who lived in Little Rock. So that's just an example of how incredible she is in terms of her interest in something and how she just dives right in. She doesn't
I love it.
hesitate.
I love it, Erin. You've sold it so well. Tell us once again about how people can go to this performance, because it looks like it's going to be over a course of a couple weekends, right?
Yes. So it's in 2 weeks, April 4th, 5th, and 6th. And then the weekend after, Friday and Saturday, April 11th and 12th. The evening performances are at 7:30. And then the one matinee that we have on April 6th is at 2:30. And there will be a wine reception following each show. I know for sure that Babby will be there on the 4th, the 6th, and the 11th. And she's going to try to make every performance, but obviously it's quite taxing for her. Afterwards, we have a wine reception sponsored by Buster's, and that's included in the price of the ticket. And you can go to TennesseeBalletTheater.com, and theater in the name of our ballet company is spelled with the ER, not the English way with the RE, TennesseeBalletTheater.com, and you can click on tickets there. There's a little button that says buy tickets, and it'll lead you to the Ticket Leap website. If you can't remember that, you can also just Google Babby Lovett tickets, and the link will pop up.
Fantastic. Well, Erin Walker, you certainly sold it. I'm so intrigued. I love this life coming to light on the stage like that. Congratulations on making it there, and I really hope that people come out and support you and support this ballet coming to Rhodes College and support the life of Babby Lovett. What a pioneer, certainly for Memphis and the U.S. Thank you so much for coming on the Digital Desk. We appreciate it. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We got some cool news right now. The first ever commercial rover to explore the surface of the moon just landed, okay? This is something that's extraordinary. This mission is a collaboration between Castro Technology Labs, Lunar Outpost, and MIT Media Labs. Let's bring in someone who's well-versed in all of this. I'm joined by Nicola Buck. She is with Castro Technology Labs, joining us on the Digital Desk to talk about this mission. So let's hear it, Nicola. Good morning.
Hi there, good morning.
Tell me what's going on. So I understand the rover just landed. Is that correct? Tell me about it.
Yeah, that's right. I was lucky enough to go last week to Kennedy Space Center and see the rocket launch. And as you said, really exciting time for space exploration because all three elements of the launch are from commercial companies, which is happening for the first time as they go to the south pole of the moon. So that's the rocket, the lander, and the rover. They will undertake or are due to undertake a number of missions while they're up there and landed recently. Now, it's a challenging environment up there, so we'll see how it all goes. But the hope is to learn a lot of things through this mission that will inform future habitation in space eventually. So a super exciting time. And at Castro, we're collaborating together with MIT Media Lab on some of their science experiments involving this little AstroAmp, which is a micro robot from MIT Media Lab that will be collecting data and other signals while it's up on the south pole of the moon.
Fantastic. Okay, so tell me about some of the specific things that rover's going to be doing. I know soil samples, drilling into the moon's surface. Tell me how that helps the idea one day of human exploration and humans living on the surface.
Yeah, so the South Pole of the Moon is a really exciting place for us that's unexplored because, in theory, and one day we will find water ice there. And if we find water ice, then it unlocks all sorts of opportunities for us in terms of obviously water, but also hydrogen, maybe to use for rocket fuel. So if we can discover all of that, then it opens up future opportunities for humans. And so the rover is due to find out about this. And on top of the rover, as I say, we have our little astroant from MIT Media Lab, and we're co-research partners with them to test out how this could work. And the vision is a swarm of these little ants that may work in space to make things more effective. So if you can send a little micro robot like this out onto the surface of a rocket to collect data, it's much easier than sending a human, for example. So Castrol's working together with MIT Media Lab to provide the space-grade lubricants to keep these wheels moving on the south pole of the moon. And what's really interesting is before it went off to the moon, we took it to Lanzarote, which is off the coast of Spain, because Lanzarote is a volcanic island. The island's surface is very similar to the moon, and so we were research partners with MIT Media Lab to go test it out in Lanzarote before it heads off to where it is now.
So let me ask you this. I'm enjoying seeing some of the video there that you're showing us of what could be amazing images of the moon now that it's landed. Where can we watch this rover go through the surface of the moon, and specifically the south pole of the moon?
Yeah, head off to Castrol.com, and the latest on all of our activities to do with space and then how we convert that to products here on Earth are there to be found. And you can find out more about MIT's Astroant and what Castrol is doing together with them to drive some of this exciting experimentation forward.
How long is the rover going to be there? How often can we look at the various videos and pictures? Give us a time frame.
Yeah, so the teams on the ground at Mission Control in Denver are working all that out right now. They've got a lot to overcome. The mission is due to last up to 10 days, and Castrol will keep you updated on the website with what comes next. But it is a challenging environment, I know, and they're dealing with technical challenges. So we've got a lot to learn, and there'll be other missions in the future as well, which you can learn about more on Castrol.com.
Excellent, excellent. Is there any kind of ballpark time frame on when human exploration could begin?
Oh goodness, I think that's a big question. So we don't know, but it is fascinating to learn about it. And as I've learned about it over the last few weeks, when you start hearing the possibility of water or finding ice, which means obviously water, and then understanding that, if you could get hydrogen from the H2O to power rocket fuel in the future, suddenly it feels a lot closer to me than it did last week when I didn't think it was possible at all. So really amazing firsts that are happening through these missions. And whatever happens on the moon, we will learn a little bit every time we go to bring that deadline closer.
That sounds fantastic. All right, Nicola Buck with Castro Technology Lab. We appreciate you coming on the digital desk to talk about this first ever commercial lunar mission to the moon. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Friday morning, the finally Friday edition. Of course, the weather is going to be fairly quiet for us for today, but there will be a couple of chances for a few passing showers this afternoon as clouds begin to roll back in here. But at least we start off with some sunshine here today. Temperatures topping out in the 60s, a couple spots closing in on 70 as we get a northwesterly breeze flow to kick in here around 10 to 20 miles per hour. Take a look at our first alert futurecast for today. You'll notice a lot of sunshine through at least lunchtime. After lunchtime, popping up a few clouds. We'll call it self-destructing sunshine here today because as the sunshine warms the atmosphere, it will get a little bit unstable in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere, kicking off those few isolated showers. It won't be overwhelming, but amid those few isolated showers, there could be a few small hailstones that could come down as well. After sunset, the weather does quiet down. The clouds will continue to clear out, and actually the temperatures bottoming out down into the 30s and 40s starting off early Saturday morning. It looks like we'll have a pretty nice way to get into the weekend. If you have plans to be out and about here this weekend, I think you're in good shape. Recovery efforts as well. Folks who are boots on the ground right now trying to clean up in the flood-ravaged areas and also the tornado-ravaged areas here across the Mid-South. Again, the weather should cooperate with you as we head through your Saturday. Again, a little bit on the cool side, but we won't be talking about strong winds. Now, the winds should start to pick up, though, as we head into your Sunday. We'll start off with temperatures in the 40s to near 50, and notice the temperatures come warming up pretty efficiently, well into the 70s, approaching 80 degrees on Sunday. Those winds, though, will be pretty aggressive, gusting around 30 to 40 miles per hour through the course of the day, and getting ready for some changes for the upcoming weekend, start of next week, and that comes by way of a front that will approach us. The Memphis Showboats going up against the Houston Roughnecks on Saturday afternoon over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. 1:30 kickoff. Great weather for that. Light winds. That will also kind of fill in for Cooper Young Porch Fest. That time frame 12 to 6 on Saturday. But again, you got some great weather, whether you're going to be on one side of the parkway or the other side of the parkway. I think you're in decent shape there. 1 p.m. 61 degrees, 65 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The final home game for your Memphis Grizzlies and the Dallas Mavericks as the final home game of the regular season. 2:30 tip-off. Of course, you can watch that on Action News 5 for free. Starting off during the afternoon hours on Sunday. Again, great weather. Winds, though, a little aggressive, whether you're going to be seeing the Beale Street Bears in person or on Action News 5. I think you're in good shape. A lot of sunshine here. 77 by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, near 80 degrees, 4 o'clock. We're still looking at the river flooding across the Mid-South. Still got a long way to go with this. There have been improvements slowly but surely across the area. Nothing's rising for the Forked Deer River across Dyer County, and nothing's rising along the Obion River at Bogota, but they're not going to go down immediately. It's going to take a long time because guess what? As that water starts draining towards the Mississippi's obviously running pretty high right now as well. So while it's draining, it's at a slower pace than it would normally do if the river wasn't already at a high enough level. So that's what we're dealing with. Of course, the Mississippi River now in flood stage all the way down the pipeline to Tunica County. Of course, the crest now at Memphis going to be still 36 feet, but instead of Monday, it's looking to be Wednesday morning as the water continues to drain out. We still have some issues along the Tyronza River, the Cache River, the Black and White Rivers over in Arkansas, and the St. Francis River. I will give a first alert to our friends in Madison, Arkansas. Eastern St. Francis County could have some issues there. The river still rising there at Madison to 36.5 feet. That will be moderate flood stage by the time we head towards early next week, and that could cause some issues again there on the east side of Madison. There in eastern St. Francis County. Of course, that water is still going to work its way down towards the Tunica area coming out into the Mississippi River. The Coldwater River from Arcabutla Lake. It continues its trek down towards the south, towards the Sunflower River Basin, and eventually works its way down through some of the lakes and levees through the Mississippi Delta. Potential rainfall, though, we're positively not talking about anything overwhelming. The next best chance for rain probably comes in here as we head towards like Thursday and Friday of next week. Talking like an additional 1/10 of an inch of rainfall. That may be adjusted here in the next few days, as you'll notice on our first alert futurecast. you into Thursday morning. Some showers moving across part of the area. Not every section of the Action News 5 coverage area seeing the rain showers with temperatures in the 70s. And then you notice still the rain showers kind of coming and going even into Friday. That system works its way out of the region as we head towards Friday evening. So that's good news. It won't be an overwhelming opportunity for rain, but anything at this point puts a little salt in the wound after what we've seen in recent days. A bit breezy here today, 65 the high temperature, morning sunshine, afternoon cloudiness, but even that, it's going to be more of a mixture of clouds and sunshine and a passing shower or two. We can't rule it out. Bright sunshine for your Saturday, temperatures in the middle to upper 60s through the afternoon hours, approaching 80 for Palm Sunday. Church services looking good. Windy conditions though. Winds gusting around 30 to 40 miles per hour. Afternoon chance of a shower on Monday, a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Cooler in the wake of that system, 68 the high on Tuesday, 72 on Wednesday, mid-70s coming up on Thursday, and a chance for a few showers again Thursday into Friday. Looking great for Good Friday on Friday of next week, and Easter weekend. Hopefully we'll get away with not much fanfare, but Sunday there could be a few showers late in the day that will lead us into the first, leading into the Monday after Easter. The weather overall, though, still very quiet comparatively to where we have been in recent weeks. I will give you a heads up in a first alert. It does look like in a broader sense, and when I say broader sense, I'm talking about regionally to at least local nationally. We're talking, the southeast, the south central portion of the United States. There could be some more storms to contend with as we head towards the end of the month of April. We're still a long way away from that, but just want to give you something to kind of think in the back of your mind. I don't think that we have to worry about anything severe weather-wise between now and this 10-day forecast. But beyond the 10-day forecast, we're talking in the 15, 16, 17-day range. Could be talking about the potentials for some storms coming back into the fold at some point in time. But let's enjoy what we have for now. And of course, for the folks who are dealing with recovery efforts, at least you got some great weather to contend with the next couple of days. But be prepared for that warmth that comes back in here on Sunday amid the gusty breezes as well.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Let's talk about cholesterol for a minute. We hear about good levels of cholesterol, bad levels of cholesterol. We hear about good and bad cholesterol. Let's bring in someone to decipher what all this means and how we can lead the best healthy life possible. I'm joined right now by Dr. Anna Yang with Regional One Health. Dr. Yang, again, thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. So we hear so much about good and bad cholesterol. Tell us about these two types and how we should deal with them both. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thanks again for having me. So yes, cholesterol can be a little bit difficult to understand. So cholesterol is something that everybody has in their body and everybody needs to have in their body. It's really important for a lot of your body's functions, making cells and some vitamins and different things. So everybody has to have cholesterol. So where cholesterol becomes a problem is when there's too much of it. So when you go to your doctor and you get your cholesterol levels tested, you usually get a whole slew of numbers called the lipid panel. And so on this lipid panel, you might find things like total cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, HDL cholesterol, and triglycerides. So what you hear about when people say bad cholesterol is they're generally referring to that LDL. or the low density lipoprotein. And this is a type of cholesterol. And these are the bad cholesterols because they're responsible for narrowing your blood vessels. They're the ones that if people say, you know, oh, you've got too much cholesterol in your arteries and they're clogging your blood flow and, you know, you're at risk for certain things like, you know, heart disease or strokes. That's what they're talking about, is that LDL. Now, on the flip side, the HDL you actually want more of. So the HDL is, you know, quote unquote, that good cholesterol. And the good thing about the HDL is it actually helps you remove the unwanted cholesterols from your body. So it brings cholesterol back to the liver is one of the things that it does, to remove some of the cholesterols that you don't want to build up. So that's what makes it, you know, quote unquote, the good cholesterol.
So let me ask you, because I know that these numbers have changed over time. You know, there have been numbers where, you know, the bad cholesterol or the overall cholesterol can't exceed 200, and now that number's been reduced. Tell me where we are on the proper levels. I'm not even sure if I'm saying it right.
Sure. So the most important numbers are really the LDL and the HDL. That total cholesterol number doesn't matter as much as those two, and the ratio of how much LDL versus non-LDL cholesterol that you have. The main non-LDL cholesterol is HDL, but there are other non-LDL cholesterols out there too. So the LDL cholesterol, we would like that number lower. So ideally under 100. Now, certain people who already have some medical conditions may want that number even lower, you know, potentially even, you know, less than 80 or 70, depending on you know, other factors. But in general, LDL under 100 is the goal. The HDL, on the other hand, you want higher. So greater than 40 or 60 or, you know, higher numbers are a good thing for HDL.
Okay, so I'm just thinking about my panels when I get blood work done. Sometimes they were like, okay, you got to keep your cholesterol levels under 200. Are they factoring in HDL and LDL with that?
So generally with that 200 number, they're talking about the total cholesterol number, which matters as well. But truly the LDL is the more important one that you want lower.
Okay. And what about lipoprotein little a? Because that is something that more and more people are talking about. And I'm just wondering if that is a big concern when it comes to heart disease.
Yeah, so it's a different number now that people are using to measure, and it does seem to correlate with risk factors for things like heart disease. So even though that number isn't traditionally in your typical lipid panel, sometimes doctors, again, depending on your risk factors and what other medical conditions you have, are ordering this test too as another way to measure the cholesterol levels and your risk and whether or not you need to be on potentially medication to lower your cholesterol.
Okay, and what are some of the best ways to improve our cholesterol numbers?
So non-medication wise, diet is really where you really need to monitor for your cholesterol. So the majority of the cholesterol that your body needs is already being made by your liver. So you really don't need extra cholesterol. And you get cholesterol from animal products. So these are things like meat or dairy or eggs. So you want to decrease the amount of saturated fat that you're eating. These will contribute to your LDL going up. So saturated fats, especially things that you find in these animal products. But you want to increase instead the diet of good fats. So these are your unsaturated fats. These include things like avocado fats, fats that you get from nuts or seeds or fish. So changing the ratio of where you get fat from your diet will make a big difference. For those who are overweight, even losing just 5 to 10 pounds can make a pretty good difference on your cholesterol numbers. The other thing is increasing fiber, increasing your soluble fiber intake, decreasing your overall calories. These also make a good difference with your cholesterol as well, raising the HDL and lowering the LDL.
What's the most important thing you want people to remember when it comes to cholesterol, your numbers, how to bring it down, everything that we talked about?
So the first step is to check. So the first step is to make sure you go to your doctor and you get appropriate screening. Sometimes these aren't things that you feel. Sometimes people with normal weights have elevated cholesterol without knowing it. It's not always just something you get when you're overweight or obese. So make sure you go to your doctor. We even recommend children now get screened for cholesterol because we're seeing that even children are having problems with high cholesterol. So the first step is just to make sure you go to your doctor, get screened at appropriate intervals, do what you can, to improve your own habits in your daily life. And if necessary, potentially starting medication as prescribed by your doctor to lower your risk, for heart disease, strokes, and even losing your arms or legs because you don't have, good blood flow to these parts of your body.
All right, Dr. Anna Yang, we appreciate your time as always on the Action News 5 digital desk. Very informative this morning. Thank you.
All right, thanks for having me.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. As the school year enters its stretch run, many children begin to feel the weight of the academic demands, the social pressures, extracurricular commitments, and some of that can be a little bit overwhelming. So how do we avoid mid-year school burnout for our children? Let's bring in someone to help us on this topic. I'm joined right now by Madison Harp. She is with Youth Villages, and she is a licensed clinical social worker with them. Madison, good morning to you. So I'm sure you've seen this with the people that you come across in your practice. Tell me, what are some of the factors that that contribute to this kind of issue? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So I think we are all feeling it this morning with the time change. This is typically the time of year that young people don't have a lot of breaks to look forward to. It's typically the year where the weather is still not great and the magic of Christmas has worn off. All those kind of fun parts that we look forward to in our school time is now over. This is typically the time that state testing starts to be talked about and comes around, and a bunch of different changes for our young people that make this time of the year specifically very stressful.
Yeah, I totally get it. So it's so important we understand that parents recognize the kind of signs, the symptoms of this kind of burnout, mid-year school burnout. What would you classify as maybe top 3, 4 different signs or symptoms of that kind of burnout?
Yeah, first is an increase in irritability. So you might ask something simple like, "Hey, can you take out the trash?" And you might get, that snippiness or like that attitude, right, that we see. That's typically a first sign of burnout. Another sign is if your young person used to be really engaged in just simple activities. For example, they really like to match their outfits for school, or they were particularly hanging out with a certain group or wanting to go places, and now they maybe prefer to stay at home. They maybe prefer to be on a device more often, is a good sign that your young person's struggling with burnout.
Gotcha. Okay, so now that we've recognized the signs and the symptoms, Madison, what do we do then to help our child?
Yeah, so the first thing is acknowledging it. And so taking that time with your young person one on one to say, I recognize that your schedule is really hard, and taking the time to understand what their demands look like in the day to day. So one thing you can do is each school typically has a calendar online that they produce of when breaks will be, when sometimes state testing will be. I encourage you parents to look at that, to be aware of that. Those might be weeks where you maybe lower expectations, or you are able to help your young person prioritize relaxation and self-care.
Gotcha. What else can we talk about when it comes to ways parents can help their child overcome these kinds of issues?
Yeah, I think that every generation has different struggles. And so sometimes, we as parents were really quick to give a solution to a problem. So our young person says, I'm tired. Well, we say, you should have went to bed earlier. They say, I don't have a lot of energy. And we're like, well, you should eat better. And sometimes our young person is just looking for a sounding board, that positive adult to help guide them in that time. And so if you notice your young person struggling, let's say math, they're failing math, instead of approaching it like, hey, why are you failing math? I'm going to have to take your electronics away, right? Approaching it with, something is hard about math, and I want to understand. Utilizing their school portal that reports on grades, that reports on these events happening, pulling that up with your young person and saying, like, walk me through, kind of playing like, you don't know, like, walk me through what this means, walk me through this grade book. Another thing that you can do is taking intentional time with your young person one to one. And you guys can do this as a family, but to make a schedule or like a weekly planner is something to help them time manage and build those skills for success that we all need as adults. And then to be able to understand what their week looks like. So again, that might be a week where you approach things more gently with them. That might be a week where we take time to prioritize relaxation and self-care in the schedule, like you help them schedule it in for themselves.
Madison, is there a place online where people can look at some of the different things that you mentioned here? Because it's very informative, it's very good, and I know useful tips like this, people like to kind of see it online themselves. Is there any place where people can go?
Definitely looking. I recently wrote an article about this in the Portland Tribune, so I can link that. But Youth Villages often has different resources that parents can look into for helping manage stress, because not only is this a stressful time for young people, it's a stressful time for parents to help manage it all. And so remembering that your self-care is important as a parent also, and to be able to manage your stress and your schedule. So whatever way or resource that you can do that, is a resource you can rely on. Another is getting to know your school and your school's resources. The first thing I would do is Google my child's school and see what their website looks like. There might be links to different things you didn't know about, or even connecting with their school counselor or their teachers to understand what resources are already available.
Awesome. All right. Madison Harp with Youth Villages. Appreciate the conversation. Very important conversation to have this time of year, especially. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We got some cool news right now. The first ever commercial rover to explore the surface of the moon just landed, okay? This is something that's extraordinary. This mission is a collaboration between Castro Technology Labs, Lunar Outpost, and MIT Media Labs. Let's bring in someone who's well versed in all of this. I'm joined by Nicola Buck. She is with Castro Technology Labs, joining us on the digital desk to talk about this mission. So let's hear it, Nicola. Good morning.
Hi there, good morning.
Tell me what's going on. So I understand the rover just landed. Is that correct? Tell me about it.
Yeah, that's right. I was lucky enough to go last week to Kennedy Space Center and see the rocket launch. And as you said, really exciting time for space exploration because all three elements of the launch are from commercial companies, which is happening for the first time as they go to the south pole of the moon. So that's the rocket, the lander, and the rover. They will undertake or are due to undertake a number of missions while they're up there and landed recently. Now, it's a challenging environment up there, so we'll see how it all goes. But the hope is to learn a lot of things through this mission that will inform future habitation in space eventually. So a super exciting time. And at Castrol, we're collaborating together with MIT Media Lab on some of their science experiments involving this little astroamp, which is a micro robot from MIT Media Lab that will be collecting data and other signals while it's up on the south pole of the moon.
Fantastic. Okay, so tell me about some of the specific things that rover's going to be doing. I know soil samples, drilling into the moon's surface. Tell me how that helps the idea one day of human exploration and humans living on the surface.
Yeah, so the south pole of the moon is a really exciting place for us that's unexplored because in theory, and one day we will find water ice there. And if we find water ice, then it unlocks all sorts of opportunities for us in terms of obviously water, but also hydrogen, maybe to use for rocket fuel. So if we can discover all of that, then it opens up future opportunities for humans. And so the rover is due to find out about this. And on top of the rover, as I say, we have our little astroant from MIT Media Lab, and we're co-research partners with them to test out how this could work. And the vision is a swarm of these little ants that may work in space to make things more effective. So if you can send a little micro robot like this out onto the surface of a rocket to collect data, it's much easier than sending a human, for example. So Castrol's working together with MIT Media Lab to provide the space-grade lubricants to keep these wheels moving on the south pole of the moon. And what's really interesting is before it went off to the moon, we took it to Lanzarote, which is off the coast of Spain, because Lanzarote is a volcanic island. The island's surface is very similar to the moon, and so we were research partners with MIT Media Lab to go test it out in Lanzarote before it heads off to where it is now.
So let me ask you this. You know, I'm enjoying seeing some of the video there that you're showing us of you know what could be amazing images of the moon now that it's landed. Where can we watch this rover go through the surface of the moon, and specifically the south pole of the moon?
Yeah, head off to castrol.com and the latest on all of our activities to do with space and then how we convert that to products here on Earth are there to be found. And you can find out more about MIT's Astroant and what Castrol is doing together with them to drive some of this exciting experimentation forward.
How long is the rover going to be there? How often can we look at you know the various videos and pictures? Give us a time frame.
Yeah, so the teams on the ground at Mission Control in Denver are working all that out right now. They've got a lot to overcome. The mission is due to last up to 10 days, and Castrol will keep you updated on the website with what comes next. But it is a challenging environment, I know, and they're dealing with technical challenges. So we've got a lot to learn, and there'll be other missions in the future as well, which you can learn about more on castrol.com.
Excellent, excellent. Is there any kind of ballpark time frame on when human exploration could begin?
Oh goodness, I think that's a big question. So we don't know, but it is fascinating to learn about it. And as I've learned about it over the last few weeks, when you start hearing the possibility of water on or finding ice, which means obviously water, and then understanding that, you know, if you could get hydrogen from the H2O to power rocket fuel in the future, suddenly it feels a lot closer to me than it did last week when I didn't think it was possible at all. So really amazing firsts that are happening through these missions. And whatever happens on the moon, we will learn a little bit every time we go to bring that deadline closer.
That sounds fantastic. All right, Nicola Buck with Castro Technology Lab. We appreciate you coming on the digital desk to talk about this first ever commercial lunar mission to the moon. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, Dr. Vasanti, can you pull your camera up for me so I can see you? Yeah, okay. Perfect, gotcha. We are about 19 seconds out. I'll be with you then. A live look at the FedEx Forum at 8:32 on this Friday morning. Thank God it's Friday, right? A slow start to the day, but we're getting things cranked up here on the Action News 5 digital desk. Taylor Tucker in for Andrew Douglas. A really great interview for you today. We're getting in our health bag, and we're discussing the importance of living kidney donation and how to become a kidney donor. So we're going to bring in an expert to help spell it all out for us. We have Dr. Vasanti Balaraman joining us this morning. She is a medical director of living donor kidney transplant at the Methodist Transplant Institute. Good morning to you, and thanks so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
No, thank you for joining us. So let's just jump right into it, because with some of our viewers watching, they're wondering, okay, can they donate? So let's start with that question. Who can donate?
So in general, anyone who's 18 years of age or older with good medical health and mental health can donate after thorough evaluation by the team.
Great answer there. So let's talk about the importance of why donating and why being a donor is just so important.
I would start by sharing some facts. It's important to know there are so many people who are living with kidney disease in the United States. There are about 800,000 patients with end-stage renal disease or advanced kidney disease in the United States. And on the organ transplant wait list, there are about 90,000 patients on the wait list. And every day, there are several patients dying while waiting for an organ transplant. So there is a huge shortage of organs that are available to transplant, and there is a huge need for organ donation. And majority of the transplants are done through deceased donors, but the living donation can really help meet this critical shortage that we have, and also can help patients receive a transplant quicker than waiting for a deceased donor kidney transplant. In addition to several other advantages, patients can get a transplant quickly, and also these organs can last longer when they receive a kidney from a living donor.
Yeah, thank you for that. Are there any, based on your years of experience, are there any success stories that you could share that will really just kind of motivate someone to become a donor?
Yes, definitely. There are many success stories. Just in Methodist, we have about 800 patients on the kidney transplant wait list. And, there is a huge need right here in Memphis. We do about, the last year we did about 260 kidney transplants. But any given point of time, there are about 800 patients waiting for a transplant. But if you think about the number of living donor kidney transplants, we did about 30 living donor kidney transplants. So there is definitely a huge need right there. We have had a few patients where they were able to receive a kidney transplant even before they needed dialysis, even before it got to the point where they needed dialysis. So they were able to continue working, they were able to continue taking care of their family by receiving a living donor kidney transplant. we had a patient last year who never stopped working. So that was a huge, benefit. It's a huge improvement in the quality of life.
Yeah, you're right. It is a huge benefit. And so let's talk about, those who feel the desire to become an organ donor. What if they're not a match for their recipient? Should they be related? What does that look like?
So that's a wonderful question. Most people think that they have to be a compatible, blood type match or a tissue type match, which is yes and no. If it turns out that, someone is in good health and willing to donate, and if it turns out that they're not a blood type compatible match, there is a program called kidney pair donation, where we can enroll them in these programs, and we can find a compatible match where the recipient would get a compatible kidney from another living donor in return for their donor donating to some other recipient on this pair donation program. So that is not the, when a donor comes through, I tell patients, do not worry about the match, do not worry about, the blood type. Just let us take care of that. The most important thing is to find somebody who's willing to donate and in good health.
Yeah, yeah. So would you say that that's likely the first step is just finding someone who is willing to become an organ donor? Would you say that's the first step?
Yes,
And if not, what
absolutely.
is?
Absolutely. And also, I do not want, I always tell patients, you have enough things to deal with. You already have a health issue. So leave that stress to us in finding out who is safe to donate, who is eligible to donate. So I encourage, if somebody has a donor, have them give us a call and talk to the medical experts, and we can find out if it's safe for them to donate. And they undergo an extensive evaluation to make sure it's safe for them to donate.
I love that. This is a lot of great information you're bringing us on the Action News 5 digital desk. I'm not going to hold you too much longer, but for those who want to learn more, right? I can't keep you for hours and hours. Where can they go online to get that additional information?
So there are a lot of resources online. They can hop onto the Methodist Kidney Transplant website, and there is an online intake form that they can fill out. And our team will reach out to them. And, typically once they fill the online intake form, or even simply call us, they can just get onto the website and just call us. And once they reach out to us, we can call them back, and there will be a phone interview where we will find out more details about their medical history. And, from that point, if there are no obvious barriers, we bring them in for further testing and further evaluation.
Just a phone call away. You guys make it easy. Last question before we let you go this morning. Many people, I think this is the $1 million question. They wonder, what is life like after donating a kidney? So can you spell that out for us, and we'll end it on that note?
Yes, absolutely. So, we are born with two kidneys, and people can live perfectly healthy with one kidney. And, after donation, most people are able to return to work by about 4 weeks. There is a recovery period of about 4 to 6 weeks where they may have to take some rest. But most people are able to return to work and live perfectly healthy after donating a kidney. They will have a follow-up about 2 weeks after kidney donation. And after that point, about every 6 months, they will meet with the medical team and make sure their labs are stable. One has to continue to follow with a primary care physician to, make sure they are staying healthy. But in general, they can have a perfectly normal, healthy life after kidney donation.
Dr. Vasanthi Balaraman spelling it out for us this morning. Thank you so much for joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk and in talking about the importance of becoming an organ donor. We look forward to having you join us again on the Action News 5 digital desk.
Thank you for having me.
All righty, guys, taking you back outside this morning, a live look at FedEx Forum in downtown Memphis. We hope your Friday morning is kicking off and off to a great start. Stick around with us. We have more Action News 5 digital desk on the other side of the break.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. One of our favorite interviews is always about food, and what better interview to have than to talk to a food reporter and the best in the business, Daily Memphian's food reporter, Jennifer Chandler, joining us on the digital desk. Jennifer, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great today. I'm loving it. Feels like spring. And last night I went outside at like 6:30 and the sun was still out. It's great.
Oh, so great. I love spring being in the air finally. So I understand that there are some Memphis staples when it comes to restaurants that people will know about that have some changes as we change seasons into spring next week officially. We got some changes going on in these staples, right?
Yeah, definitely. Spring fever is hitting the restaurant industry here in Memphis. And a lot of changes have been announced in the past week or two from some restaurants that have been around for a very long time that people love. I think I'm going to start with one that has been a topic that has been on so many people's mind, which is what is happening to the building where Houston's was. As we all know, there was a big outcry when Houston suddenly closed their doors in December. So many people had so many memories of that, of meals there over the years. Over the years, actually, there's been a lot of controversy there when they took the chicken tenders off the menu and things like that. So I reported about a week ago that a new restaurant will be going in that building if all goes as well. Fingers crossed. The sale is still in progress. But according to some documents that I found filed, Spell Restaurant Group has made an offer to purchase that building. And Spell Restaurant Group is owned by Rick Spell and his daughter, Christy Spell Terry. And you may not know the name Spell Restaurant Group, but I'm sure many Memphians know their restaurants. They own Brookhaven Pub, which is very bustling at all times, especially on a game day. They also own the Babalu chain of Tex-Mex restaurants. And then they have a handful of restaurants that they own down in the Florida Panhandle, kind of in the 30A Panama City Beach area. Places like Edwards and George's, places like that people have been going to for years, who vacation down there. So I'm very, very excited to see that something's going to be happening there, because I was fearful that that building would sit empty for a long time. And it's such a primo spot in East Memphis, right there on the corner of Poplar and Mendenhall. I called Rick and I asked Rick if he could tell me what was doing, and he said he could not give me any comment. So I'm very, very curious to know, will it be something like one of their other concepts somewhere? So I'm not sure what he's going to be doing. He did say he would let us know as soon as the deal was finalized. But I'm guessing, knowing what's there, I'm hoping it's an American restaurant. I think he has to find a way to get that chicken tenders recipe and put it on the menu. What are your thoughts on that, Andrew?
Yes, I'm looking forward to it. I remember hearing something about it, and once I heard Brookhaven Pub, and I thought, okay, that makes sense. Right around the corner, and my kids and I frequented Brookhaven Pub all the time, so it makes a natural fit, I think.
I think so too. I mean, the Spells are very good restaurant operators, and they're committed to Memphis, and they're local to Memphis. And for me personally, I'm excited to see a Memphis company going into that building versus someone that's from elsewhere. So I think that they'll be more engaged in our community, and hopefully won't ever just close and walk out the door one morning.
Agreed.
Okay, next on my list is a story that I actually reported last night that it makes me sad in some ways, but it's one of those stories that it's part sad and then part also positive. So Amy and Hayes McPherson opened Comeback Coffee in 2019 downtown in the Pinch District. And I remember interviewing this couple when they first opened. They bought this building that was I think it was built in 1895, and completely redid it, doing a coffee shop in the back and the bottom. There's a beautiful courtyard in the back. They actually renovated upstairs, and They turned it into an apartment that they lived in, and they had hopes of being one of the first things to kind of revitalize this neighborhood that had once been really, really bustling. And then when the Pyramid closed as a venue, the neighborhood kind of stores and shops started to close, and there's not a lot open down there, but there's some really cool historic buildings. And of course, they open, and then the pandemic hit. And over the years, they've been struggling, and they've been, there are only a handful of things that are open down in that neighborhood. Jake's Place is there, Alcinia's, maybe one or two other places, but for the most part, it's empty buildings all around them. But they kept thriving, and they were a destination coffee shop. They had great coffee. They originally started like importing coffee from small roasters, and then they decided to get into the roasting game themselves. And in 2023, they bought the building. I don't think it's right next door. It may be like two down, and transformed it into their factory to be a roastery for them for coffee beans, so that they do their own signature coffee beans. And then they also, along the way, they started doing coffee sodas, which is something I had never heard of before they started doing it. But it's basically a carbonated version is how I like to describe it, of an iced coffee. They probably hate that description because it is so much more and has so many more nuances. But if you haven't had a coffee soda, now that the weather's warming up, they're so refreshing and really interesting. So they, for the past 2 years, have been operating and growing their business out of that. So they're closing their coffee shop on, I believe it's April 11th. Double check the date in my story. And they're going to focus on growing their business for roasting coffee beans and their coffee sodas, which they've started distribution nationwide already for both of those products. So they have a lot on their plate. And one of the things too, like they're doing special roasting beans they have a special blend that they're going to be doing for JoJo's Espresso, or that they do for JoJo's Espresso, which their new coffee shop should be opening in a few weeks. We'll have more about that coming. They also do Bywater coffee, which is a trailer. They do a special coffee blend for them. So they're doing really, really cool things. So while their coffee shop, which I actually love to go and work there and hang out there and get a coffee, they have great specialty coffees, is closing, we're still going to be able to get their products and probably more as they have more time to be more creative about it. Had you ever been there, Andrew?
I had never been there, but I remember you talking about it, and I remember hearing about it, and just the timing of right by the pandemic and right during the pandemic. Yeah. That's got to be tough for any restaurant, really.
Right, and especially for a neighborhood. I mean, we all know that downtown Memphis has had some struggles since 2020. And with a lot closing and a lot of people working remotely and things like that. And I think that's probably what kind of impacted their business. And I think that downtown is starting to, is really kind of coming back, and things are starting to happen down there, but it is going to be a minute. And they said they hung on as long as they could. And financially, they couldn't hang on any longer, waiting for that neighborhood to have, there's just not a lot of people living right around there. So it's tough. Moving on a little further out east into the Cooper Young neighborhood, this is a big one. Cafe Olay, which has been around since the 1990s, is rebranding. It actually closed this past weekend. And the owners, Kendall Robertson, who also owns Alfred's and Dyer's downtown, and Automatic Slims too. And he was the founder of Ubi's, his family was. They have a family restaurant business, and they don't have a restaurant group per se, but they own several restaurants. And he said it was just time for a refresh, that he felt that there were, I forget the number, but there were just so many Mexican restaurants within a couple of miles of this location. Whereas when Cafe Olay opened, it was probably one of the first Tex-Mex Mexican restaurants in the neighborhood. But now the market, he feels, is very, very saturated. And he feels like it was time to do something else. They're going to completely kind of give the whole building a facelift inside, paint job. They're going to put new tables, new booths. They're going to add a stage for live entertainment. He is still working on the menu, so he couldn't reveal too much about that, but he hopes to open pretty quickly. So originally he said they had hoped to open by March 17th, by St. Patrick's Day, but he thinks that was a little optimistic with all that they needed to do. But it should open sometime in the coming weeks. Still playing around with the name, what it's going to be. But one thing he did give me a hint of is that some version of one of their famous burgers will be on the menu, because they're known for Dyer's Burgers, and Ubi's had a really good burger that when it was open there in on Highland, in that Highland kind of University of Memphis area. So I expect a good burger to be on that menu. Oh, and they also said they're keeping that great patio they have there, and they're going to be putting games on the patio. So it's going to be a different cafe au lait, but it should be a lively, fun spot to go to if everything goes as they plan. So, and one of the things, I have another thing to share about cafe au lait. One of the things that everyone who has asked me, one thing that menu item people have asked me about is their stuffed bacon wrapped shrimp, because that is their like signature item. And Kendall did tell me that will be the one menu item that carries over from cafe au lait into the new concept. So it should be pretty good.
That sounds great. I mean, it's probably time for a refresh, and I think people are ready for it.
Yeah, they had bought the family, the Robertson family had bought cafe au lait, I think about 12 years ago, something like that. And they kind of did a refresh then. But over 10 years is a long time for a restaurant. I mean, there's restaurants, they need to be refreshed pretty often, because lots of people go through there, so it's time. So I'm pretty excited to see what happens there, and I'll keep you posted. And the last one on my list is a market that I love down on Harbortown called Cordia's. So it's not a restaurant, but Cordia's Market it used to be Miss Cordia's, and then it became Cordia's Market. And it is just really a gem of a specialty grocery store. It's really a neighborhood grocery store, and they really focus on serving local products. I mean, you can buy everything from treats from Muddy's Bake Shop there to you can also get foods from like, oh my goodness, I'm drawing a blank. Grecian Gourmet sells some products there. I mean, there's just so many local foods that you can find there, and it's just such a gem of a place. And it was opened by Henry Turley when he was developing the neighborhood, and he named it after his, I believe it's his mother or his grandmother. And he is selling it to a longtime employee, Erica Humphreys, and her husband, Robert. And Erica had been the GM there for a very, 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 very long time. And she's great. I've worked with her over the years, as my source when I was, calling and getting information about things going on at Cordelia's. And she's really passionate about the neighborhood and the grocery store. And it can't be in better hands. And when we asked Henry Turley why he was selling it, of course, he said, "I'm in my 80s. It's time to pass it along. And I can't think of anybody better to pass it along to." So expect all of the things that you love about Cordelia's Market to remain. But one of the things that the Humphreys have planned is they're going to expand the back of the market. Is kind of been over the years. It's been a deli, it's been a cafe, it's kind of done different things. But she plans to kind of open it up to a little bit more of a restaurant concept, that serving like a meat and three during the weekdays for their customers, and a little more, I guess, made from scratch products, food products, hot food products coming from there. So I'm excited to see how that kind of changes and what happens. But all of these are really positive things that are happening. As I said, spring makeover may be the theme of this segment that we're talking about right here. And I think they're all good things happening.
No, I love it, and Cordelia's is you're right. It's so unique, it's so local, hyper local, and people in neighborhoods, they love that kind of stuff because it's so rare these days.
Yeah, it's a really, really special place. I mean, I'll give a shout out to, if you've not been to High Point Grocery, which has been around,
yes,
forever and ever, and it was bought by the family that owns Cash Saver.
Rick James.
And Rick James. And and they are really passionate. I guess he grew up going into that grocery store, and he kind of didn't, when the family that was closing, originally had it, was closing it, he swooped in and he saved it. And since then he has opened South Point Grocery downtown. He's opening another South Point in South Haven in about a year, in the coming year, I think. But it's really these little gems of grocery stores that kind of, have everything you need and focus on local products and really feel like a neighborhood place. And you can get in and out very quickly.
And it makes you smile when you see those things still exist today. Kind of like this segment, Jennifer. You make us smile each and every time you come on the digital desk. Thank you so much. And we look forward to reading more about your articles. Tell everybody where we can read your stuff.
Oh, yes. All my stuff is available at dailymemphian.com/food, or you can click on the food section. And we have a great team of reporters working on the food scene there, kind of keeping you abreast on what's coming, what's going, and then some in-depth looks into different things going on in the industry. So please head over to dailymemphian.com and check out our stories.
All right, Jennifer Chandler joining us on the digital desk. Thank you so much, Jennifer. We appreciate it.
Thanks. It was great to see you.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Dietitians, boy, they play such an important role when it comes to helping people understand the connection between food and nutrition and how it can impact our lives. Let's bring in our friend, our clinical dietitian for Regional One Health. We got Quinay Johnson joining us once again on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Quinay, how are you this morning?
I'm doing well. Good morning, everyone. And nice to be back.
Yes. Always good to have you. So we know that there are a lot of processed foods, ultra processed foods, and the way that they are processed affects how healthy they are or how unhealthy they are, I guess you should say. Can you explain the difference between processed foods, what that means, ultra processed foods, and best practices to avoid them?
I like to think of processing as modification. So there's a scale when it comes to processed foods, and it can be subjective, but the things that are constant are minimally processed and ultra processed. Minimally processed or minimally altered food can be your apple, for an example. You pick it straight off the tree, that's as minimally processed as they can get, versus ultra processed foods. It can be like an applesauce that has corn syrup added to it to make it sweet and also has preservatives within it to make sure it lasts long on the shelf and doesn't make you sick, or apple juice with added sweeteners such as corn syrup.
That's good to know. That's a good distinction, Quinay. Thank you. And you know, food choices, it's so hard for so many people out there. I mean, price is obviously a factor for so many people out there because grocery store prices, as you know, I mean, they've gone through the roof over the last several years. How do we make good food choices? If you had to just kind of give people maybe 3 bullet points on how to make good food choices, what would you tell them?
I would say knowing how to read a food label and understanding ingredients within the list on the back of food can help you make better options. To limit the amount of ultra processed ingredients you consume could be a great place to start. Two, making things more convenient for you. For an example, investing into buying frozen foods or still buying fresh foods and having tools at home to make sure that it's a quicker process for you to have food available so that you can make healthier options is number 2. And then 3, again, preparation is best, but having like fresh fruits and vegetables to snack on to make sure that you're getting a lot of vitamins and minerals as best as possible and not being enticed to buy fast food because you don't have any fresh fruit available at home is a third way to make healthier choices.
Where do people make the biggest mistakes, Quine, when it comes to shopping at grocery stores?
Ooh, that's a great question. I believe the biggest mistake that can happen is to just not be intentional when it comes to going grocery shopping. So if you set time out before going to make a list and checking the boxes as to making sure that you have fresh fruits, fresh vegetables, lean meats, grains, and whole grains, and things of that nature before you go into the grocery store, that can help alleviate some of the issues when it comes to making mistakes at the grocery store. And then also going to the grocery store hungry. Don't do it because you're always going to impulsively buy something versus getting the things that you need to maintain a healthy lifestyle.
Oh, yeah, I've made that mistake plenty of times. And then I come home and I'm like, what is all this stuff? So, okay, let's talk about suggestions, easy ways, friendly reminders to make it easier to eat healthier each and every day.
One great way to make things easier for yourself is to, again, make a grocery list before you go to the grocery store. Buy things that you're more motivated to eat at home that are still healthy. For an example, I love pineapples. Pineapples, I believe, are in season right now, or apples. And having foods that are less processed or have less ingredients in them to complement those things. So I'm allergic to peanut butter, so I don't do that, but I do sunflower butter. That's something that I could pair with apples, and that's a great snack to have. Also, I'm trying to think of another way. Oh, buying frozen foods. That can be a cheap and also affordable way to get vegetables and fruits in that aren't as processed as per se your canned foods that have added salt in them, or for fruit, canned fruits with corn syrup added into them.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's good. That's good. Let's talk about just, final question, just a main point you want people to remember when it comes to sticking to a healthy diet and how it affects our health.
The biggest thing that I want to be taken away from this is preparation saves a lot of heartache. If you go into something intentionally and have a game plan, you're more likely to succeed or win the game versus just going in willy-nilly, no practice, trying to be Michael Jordan.
Quine Johnson has jokes on a Tuesday. Thank you, Quine. I appreciate that. We always appreciate what you do as a clinical dietitian at Regional One Health. Thanks again for joining us on the Digital Desk.
Thank you so much, and I'm hoping that everyone has a great day. It was nice talking with you, Andrew.
Hey, Terrence, if you're there, can you pull up your camera for me? We are about 60 seconds out. Do you know how to rotate the camera and like kind of make it, let's see, horizontal? Not, we can work with this, but there should be like a rotate. Yeah, perfect. All right, cool. 30 seconds out. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The time now is 9:05. Getting a look downtown near the FedEx Forum on this Friday. A lot of great things happening downtown and in the city of Memphis and at Lemoyne Owen College. The Brothers of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, their chapter is celebrating 100 years of service. So great, and they have already kicked off some of those festivities. It kicked off yesterday, but joining me to tell me all about it is Terrence Jones. Good morning to you.
Good morning, and first, thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to share your platform on an event that has been building for the last 100 years. truly grateful
Oh,
to be here.
anytime, Fred. I'm glad to have you here on the Action News 5 digital desk. So let's just jump right into it. Tell us about your chapter. I know you said 100 years of service. What do you want your chapter to be recognized as?
Well, we want to be recognized for what Omega Psi Phi fraternity in general is recognized for, and that is largely doing philanthropy in the community at large, which we call social action, building bridges to continued education, and developing our youth. So what we are focused on for our 100-year celebration, and we continue to do things in and around the Mid-South, is we have a plethora of activities that we are going to bring to the Mid-South that are enriching events to help celebrate our 100 years of service in and around the community.
I love that. Let's talk about some of the events lined up for this weekend. I know things kicked off yesterday, but what do you have planned for today?
Well, we've had an opportunity to start celebrating our centenary with the district coming into town. That district celebration has concluded, so our official celebration for the men of Epsilon Phi will commence in just a couple of weeks, April 24th to be exact. We'll start that off at Lamont Owen, where we're going to do an endowment to the college. As you know, HBCU here in the Mid-South, and we are going to dovetail from that and go to one of the city's most historic restaurants in the Four-Way Grill, and we'll have an opportunity to celebrate the fellowship there. And then later on, we'll have a meet and greet at the Rocking Chair. And then that'll be followed up with some time at our Omega Complex on Friday evening. And then on that Saturday morning, where we really kick off things with our social action events, where we are going to be doing an employment expo with Agape, a great community partner. And then we'll also be later that afternoon serving meals to the unhoused as we've taken on a partnership with Hospitality Hub. Baptist Hospital has been phenomenal in partnering with us. They are also going to be out there doing wellness checks while we are providing food and beverages to the unhoused. And then we have a capstone event later that evening at the Central Station Hotel, where we're going to host our very first Purple Tie Gala. And we are extremely excited about that. And then that Sunday, we'll have an opportunity to go to fellowship at First Baptist Broad Avenue, where Pastor Keith Norman is going to, he is also a man of Omega, and he's also going to give us an opportunity to fellowship after that with the brunch. So we are just extremely excited about what lies ahead, starting the 24th of April and concluding on the 27th of April, which, like I said, is just a few weeks away. A lot of planning, just extremely excited about the social action events most of the day.
Ending it at church. I like that. And I'm glad you clarified that it's not this week. It's actually kicks off April 24th. So everyone, you have time to put that on your calendar and plan ahead. So many great events lined up for you guys. For someone who's kind of planning out their weekend, what should they expect? I know you mentioned several different events, but what should they expect to walk away with?
They're expected to walk away with what Epsilon Phi and Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, what we embody. We embody a presence in the community. We embody doing the work necessary to help those that are underserved and underrepresented. And we can all expect that we are going to build bridges for our youth to continue our efforts as we continue moving forward. We are extremely excited with being able to partner with so many amazing community partners. So anybody that's looking to participate, what they can expect first and foremost is to put in the work in the community, and secondary, to have a good time, and then tertiary, to look forward to continuing to partner alongside Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, Incorporated Epsilon Phi chapter specifically, to continue to do great things in the community.
Oh, I love that. And you guys have been doing that so far for many, many years. When you think about the next 100 years, how will this chapter, the fraternity, continue to make an impact in the city?
Well, I plan on being at the next centennial, so I'll be able to give firsthand account. Well, what we want to do is just continue to build on what we've accomplished up to this point. We've had so many amazing men of Omega that have been members of Epsilon Phi. Benjamin Hooks, who, as you know, is well known here in the Mid South for the work that he has done and continue to receive accolades. Brother Weathersby, who is Tuskegee Airman. So we have a lot of folks who have done a lot of amazing work here in the Mid South, whose names are recognized. They just are not necessarily always tethered to Epsilon Phi. But Epsilon Phi has been a bedrock here in the Mid South. And what we anticipate the next 100 years is to continue to fortify that bedrock and continue to have names that are going to be recognized and continue to carry on the legacy of doing just great things in the community. And again, we are just extremely tied to doing social action in the community. So that's what we want to be really recognized for. And we want to continue to build those bridges for those community partners. Because the more community partners that we have, the more great things we can do in Mid-South and in the community at large.
Terrence Jones spelling it out for us. Thank you so much for stopping by the Action News 5 digital desk. Was there anything you were prepared to say or you want to share that I didn't ask you today?
So what I really want to share is that we have just so much history that's currently affixed to Epsilon Phi. So we want to call out our golden keys, and our golden keys are those that have been serving Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated for 50 years plus. And we just want them to know how much we appreciate them. We also have many fatherhood initiative programs that we have going on. As I said, we want to position ourselves to allow the youth to continue to move forward. So we have a Lamplighters program where we are side by side with the future of everything that we consider to be goodness. And we are making sure that they have the type of role model and example that they can continue to move forward and hopefully take the place of some of the names that I cited earlier that have done amazing things and that are well known and well renowned here in the Mid-South. And finally, the one thing that I do want to make sure that we do not miss an opportunity, we want to invite everybody to come out. All of these events are open to the public. There are some that require a little bit of a monetary investment, but those monetary investments go right back into the community because it allows us to build that war chest that we don't have to be selective in how and who we help. It will allow us to be indiscriminate, and we can do much more with the community partner support. So you can go to, in addition to the QR codes that you see, you can also go to www //E5100. That's Echo Papa Hotel India 100 Tango Hotel, just like that. E5100. And you can see the website, take tickets, make a monetary donation. Anything that you like. It's one-stop shopping. We just really look forward to these great events that we have put on our agenda, and the only thing that will make it more special is more participation by Memphis and the community at large.
Alrighty, I love that. I'm going to put this flyer up one more time so everyone can take a glance at it, add it to their calendar. So many days with so many events, all supporting a great cause. Again, this was Terrence Jones joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk, helping us prepare and get ready for a very extraordinary weekend. Epsilon Phi chapter celebrating 100 years of service. Again, that's kicking off April 24th. Terrence, thanks so much for stopping by, and we look forward to chatting with you in the future, and hopefully we'll see you out and about on April 24th weekend.
Excited about that prospect, and hopefully we'll see you at the Purple Sky game. You are invited as our guest.
I'll have to bring some of my swords and we'll have to come out. All right. Thanks so much, okay?
Bring them. Look forward to it.
All right, guys. Taking you outside this morning, a live look at FedEx Forum. The time now is 9:16. We have another live interview lined up for you at 9:30. We're speaking with our friends at La Prensa Latina. That's at 9:30. You don't want to miss it. Stay with us.
Joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Friday morning, the finally Friday edition. Of course, the weather is going to be fairly quiet for us for today, but there will be a couple of chances for a few passing showers this afternoon as clouds begin to roll back in here. But at least we start off with some sunshine here today. Temperatures topping out in the 60s, a couple spots closing in on 70 as we get a northwesterly breeze flow to kick in here around 10 to 20 miles per hour. Take a look at our first alert futurecast for today. You'll notice a lot of sunshine through at least lunchtime. After lunchtime, popping up a few clouds. We'll call it self-destructing sunshine here today because as the sunshine warms the atmosphere, it will get a little bit unstable in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere, kicking off those few isolated showers. It won't be overwhelming, but amid those few isolated showers, there could be a few small hailstones that could come down as well. After sunset, the weather does quiet down. The clouds will continue to clear out, and actually the temperatures bottoming out down into the 30s and 40s starting off early Saturday morning. It looks like we'll have a pretty nice way to get into the weekend. If you have plans to be out and about here this weekend, I think you're in good shape. Recovery efforts as well. Folks who are boots on the ground right now trying to clean up in the flood-ravaged areas and also the tornado-ravaged areas here across the Mid-South. Again, the weather should cooperate with you as we head through your Saturday. Again, a little bit on the cool side, but we won't be talking about strong winds. Now, the winds should start to pick up, though, as we head into your Sunday. We'll start off with temperatures in the 40s to near 50, and notice the temperatures come warming up pretty efficiently, well into the 70s, approaching 80 degrees on Sunday. Those winds, though, will be pretty aggressive, gusting around 30 to 40 miles per hour through the course of the day, and getting ready for some changes for the upcoming weekend, start of next week, and that comes by way of a front that will approach us. The Memphis Showboats going up against the Houston Roughnecks on Saturday afternoon over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. 1:30 kickoff. Great weather for that. Light winds. That will also kind of fill in for Cooper Young Porch Fest. That time frame 12 to 6 on Saturday. But again, you got some great weather, whether you're going to be on one side of the parkway or the other side of the parkway. I think you're in decent shape there. 1 p.m., 61 degrees, 65 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The final home game for your Memphis Grizzlies and the Dallas Mavericks as the final home game of the regular season. 2:30 tip-off. Of course, you can watch that on Action News 5 for free, starting off during the afternoon hours on Sunday. Again, great weather. Winds, though, a little aggressive, whether you're going to be seeing the Beale Street Bears in person or on Action News 5. I think you're in good shape. A lot of sunshine here. 77 by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, near 80 degrees, 4 o'clock. We're still looking at the river flooding across the Mid-South. Still got a long way to go with this. There have been improvements slowly but surely across the area. Nothing's rising for the Forked-Deer River across Dyer County, and nothing's rising along the Obion River at Bogota, but they're not going to go down immediately. It's going to take a long time because guess what? As that water starts draining towards the Mississippi's obviously running pretty high right now as well. So while it's draining, it's at a slower pace than it would normally do if the river wasn't already at a high enough level. So that's what we're dealing with. Of course, the Mississippi River now in flood stage all the way down the pipeline to Tunica County. Of course, the crest now at Memphis going to be still 36 feet, But instead of Monday, it's looking to be Wednesday morning as the water continues to drain out. We still have some issues along the Tyronza River, the Cache River, the Black and White Rivers over in Arkansas, and the St. Francis River. I will give a first alert to our friends in Madison, Arkansas. Eastern St. Francis County could have some issues there. The river still rising there at Madison to 36.5 feet. That would be moderate flood stage by the time we head towards early next week, and that could cause some issues again there on the east side of Madison. There in eastern St. Francis County. Of course, that water is still going to work its way down towards the Tunica area coming out into the Mississippi River. The Coldwater River from Arcabutla Lake, it continues its trek down towards the south, towards the Sunflower River Basin, and eventually works its way down through some of the lakes and levees through the Mississippi Delta. Potential rainfall, though, we're positively not talking about anything overwhelming. The next best chance for rain probably comes in here as we head towards like Thursday and Friday of next week. Talking like an additional 1/10 of an inch of rainfall. That may be adjusted here in the next few days, as you'll notice on our first alert futurecast. Get you into Thursday morning, some showers moving across part of the area. Not every section of the Action News 5 coverage area seeing the rain showers with temperatures in the 70s. And then you notice still the rain showers kind of coming and going even into Friday. That system works its way out of the region as we head towards Friday evening. So that's good news. It won't be an overwhelming opportunity for rain, but anything at this point puts a little salt in the wound after what we've seen in recent days. A bit breezy here today, 65 the high temperature, morning sunshine, afternoon cloudiness, but even that, it's going to be more of a mixture of clouds and sunshine in a passing shower or two. We can't rule it out. Bright sunshine for your Saturday, temperatures in the middle to upper 60s through the afternoon hours, approaching 80 for Palm Sunday. Church services looking good. Windy conditions though. Winds gusting around 30 to 40 miles per hour. Afternoon chance of a shower on Monday, a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Cooler in the wake of that system, 68 the high on Tuesday, 72 on Wednesday, mid-70s coming up on Thursday, and a chance for a few showers again Thursday into Friday. Looking great for Good Friday on Friday of next week, and Easter weekend. Hopefully we'll get away with not much fanfare, but Sunday there could be a few showers late in the day that will lead us into the first leading into the Monday after Easter. The weather overall, though, still very quiet comparatively to where we have been in recent weeks. I will give you a heads up in a first alert. It does look like in a broader sense, and when I say broader sense, I'm talking about regionally to at least local nationally. We're talking, you know, the southeast, the south central portion of the United States. There could be some more storms to contend with as we head towards the end of the month of April. We're still a long way away from that, but just want to give you something to kind of think in the back of your mind. I don't think that we have to worry about anything severe weather-wise between now and this 10-day forecast, but beyond the 10-day forecast, we're talking in the 15, 16, 17-day range. Could be talking about the potentials for some storms coming back into the fold at some point in time. But let's enjoy what we have for now. And of course, for the folks who are dealing with recovery efforts, at least you got some great weather to contend with the next couple of days, but be prepared for that warmth that comes back in here on Sunday amid the gusty breezes as well.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to show you this. This is some video of the latest NBC legal drama. It's called Suits LA. It premiered on February 23rd. It is on Sunday nights right here on Action News 5 and NBC. And I'm joined by one of the stars of the show, Brian Greenberg, on the Action News 5 digital desk. Brian, how are you? Good morning.
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. So tell me about Suits LA. A lot of people remember Suits with Meghan Markle and a host of other characters. Tell me how this one is different, how it's similar, and and how it's going so far.
Yeah, it's going great. It's similar in the sense of it's the same DNA of the original show. It's got the same writers, same directors, even the same wardrobe. So it's the same sensibilities, the same kind of pace and comic wit and relationships that people loved in the first one. But this one's different because it's a whole new cast of characters. It's a whole new town. It's a whole new setting of Los Angeles and Hollywood. So that's a different set of stakes. And I'm having a lot of fun being a part of it, for sure.
I bet. So tell me how this season has gone so far in terms of the premiere that happened last month and where we are now.
Yeah, I mean, it's going great. I mean, fans keep tuning in. I think there's definitely an adjustment period that takes place because, you know, Suits was the #1 show on streaming last year. And so there's a lot of expectations, there's a lot of pressure. And I think the fans, you know, they're not sure, like, is it going to be the same? Is it going to be different? So it's called Suits LA. That's fair to compare them. But I think people are understanding now, the audience is starting to understand that, oh, this is a different show. It's got different rhythms, different characters. And they're sort of appreciating us for who we are and not just comparing us, which is great.
So, Brian, for those of us who, and we have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning here on the digital desk that haven't perhaps seen Suits or Suits LA, give us a brief description.
Well, it's like the show Suits, but in LA. That's as brief as it gets. No, it's fun. It's like it's mostly characters in their relationships and quick, witty banter. And there's procedural elements, so there's cases that they're trying to solve. But really, it's like a light, fun show. And there is also drama and romance. So it's got kind of everything for everyone. And I think that's probably why it was such a hit on streaming.
So can you give us just kind of a tease of what to expect going forward here? We've been through it a couple weeks. It premiered last month. Give us something.
Next week, I'll give you something. Next week, we got Harvey Specter coming back. So Gabriel Mox, who was the lead in the original, he's coming back to play in our sandbox for a couple episodes. And I think that is going to be so great for the fans to watch. And we also have some other characters from the original, like Rick Hoffman, who played Louis Litt. He's coming back, and there's many more. And the cool thing about this show is we get a bunch of cameos of actors playing themselves. Like last week, we had Brian Baumgartner from The Office, Patton Oswalt. Next week, we get Enrico Colantoni. So that, for me as an actor, is really fun because I get to play with all these great actors coming through.
It sounds fantastic. Brian Greenberg joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the success, and we wish you much success in the future.
Appreciate it, Andrew. Thank you.
The time now is 9:30 on the Action News 5 digital desk. Look at this live look downtown near the FedEx Forum on this Friday, 61 degrees outside. Not a bad start to your Friday morning. You know, it's always a good Friday when we have my friend Iro joining me on the Action News 5 digital desk. Is this like 2 Fridays in a row? Did I get lucky? Like, was the last Friday or the Friday
Fridays.
before?
You got lucky. I got lucky. I got lucky.
Oh
I'm seeing
gosh.
sun for like I don't know. I think it's been like 2, 3 consecutive days. Yesterday was kind of like I was like, oh no, but we're super. I'm super excited that it's sunny and hey, 2 Fridays in a row with you.
Oh my goodness, same. We're just on an all-time high. We hope that we can continue to see the sun this weekend and even next weekend with Easter. I know, is that next weekend or am I getting ahead of myself? Yeah, that's next
Yeah.
weekend, right?
Yep.
Easter weekend. Yeah. Speaking of, I know you have been kind of keeping up with some of the latest events happening on Easter. What you got for us?
Yeah, so we want to tell our Hispanic community, right? It's Easter, and we want to just to share where can families go and enjoy this Easter on a hopefully sunny afternoon, and just of course, you always have the Overton Park. I'm sorry. Also, yeah, also Easter egg extravaganza at the Kroc Center in Memphis. That's on April 12th from 11 to 1. Riverfront Easter Festival at Marty's Park, which is going to be on April 12th from 11 to 3. The Easter egg hunt at Cedar Hill Farm on the 12th and on the 13th. And breakfast with Easter Bunny at Main Event Memphis, which is Saturday, April 12th from 9 to 1. And also, I know that our partners at Goodwill also have a Easter. The Easter Bunny, and they're also doing a lot of things out there. So, and just check. I know that a lot of churches out there in the community are doing a lot of great things.
Oh yeah, the Easter Bunny's gonna have a busy weekend, hopping around to all of the different events. A lot to look forward to there. But also, I hear there's a well-celebrated tradition in the Latin American culture. Can you tell me about it?
Yeah, so everybody, well, if you haven't heard of quinceañeras, they're the tradition of like bringing in from your daughter from a young child to into the world of like young lady now. And so this whole presentation's been around for a long, long time, and it's usually involves a whole, you have the dress and the whole celebration, the whole family, maybe even the whole town comes in. And now there's this regaza fashion, which actually it happened at the iconic National Bride Market in Chicago. There was Ragazza Fashion, who's a company with over 20 years of experience. She took the dress concept and basically made it, because she said herself, it's not just about that, but it's also these young ladies, how they want to express themselves with their dresses. And now she's even gotten themes. So she has let me see here, Selena themes, and also a Morena y Esencial line inspired by the richness of Mexican culture. So you're able to see, truly works of art, hand embroidered, inspired by Mexican music, adorned with flowers, reposos, and charro buttons. So if you wanted to kind of look at a dress, and this is, it doesn't have to be for the Latino community, but I know a lot of Latino communities, sometimes they want to be able to have a certain type of dress, and sometimes they have to go to Mexico. And I've heard it all the time. They're like, oh, I want to go back to Mexico, pick up my dress. They bring it back to the United States, and then they have their party here. Now they have an option, and that's not the only cool thing too. She's also calling the entrepreneurs. So if you have a boutique store in Memphis or across the states, you can actually go to regazafashion.com.mx, and you can actually become one of their distributors, right? And so that's also been a pretty cool thing for Memphis to have this opportunity, for those boutique owners to have this opportunity.
Oh yeah, I know the fashion girlies are loving that. I guess we're gonna go from fashion to sports. How about that? Something for the guys. I know they'll like this. I know you've been keeping up. I know we were chatting about March Madness. We were always chatting about something sports, whether it's who's your GOAT or whatnot. But March Madness just wrapped up. Florida got a huge win. Andrew Douglas cannot stop talking about it. I watch. He's still on cloud nine. Did you make a bracket, and how did that look?
He's not in this. He's over. He's having too much fun.
He's having too much fun. That's all. Yeah, he's still on cloud nine. His team, his school got the huge win, so we have yet to stop hearing about it.
Yeah, so the Gators beat the Houston Cougars 65-63. I was chatting with my editor, and he showed me some clips. It was a nail-biting last-minute moment. I think the Cougars had an opportunity to tie the game, just couldn't make it. But this is a victory for Florida, who now holds 3 national championships, 2006, 7, and now 2025. So congratulations, to Florida for winning the for this national title and victory over Houston. And of course, we're always going to be rooting for the Tigers. I know that it was short-lived what we had, but I've seen some clips of Coach Penny Hardaway. And I know he's talked about now he's going to start leading with his own instincts. I know that he said in some interviews, he was kind of going by leading by some of the stuff some mentors had, and some also some people with experience, I guess, with his team. But I'm super excited to see what Penny Hardaway actually, because he came into this team for a reason, right? And I think that's when he's one of the interviews was, I came in and what was working for me, that's what got me here. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he's got planned for the Memphis Tigers next season.
It's hard not to root for him. He's just so Memphis, born and
Yeah.
raised here. You went to school here, and now you're coaching here. A full circle moment. So we are definitely supporting Penny and the Tigers. So many great headlines here. Jairo, go ahead. The spill. For those who want to learn more, they want to get the latest headlines. Where should they go online to get that?
Of course, so always go to our website, laprensalatina.com, but you can always have the latest issue at your favorite maybe Mexican restaurant or farmers market. I know there's a ton that go to the Cordova Farmers Market. That, I mean, if you don't pick it up by Sunday, you're done over the weekend. But if you missed it, go to laprensalatina.com. Also, our social media, La Prensa Latina Media. And on April 27th, we love to invite the community. We have a big event at Wolf Chase Galleria. We're doing a Dillard's Belleza Latina, which is a beauty pageant. We're gonna have about 15 young Latina contestants come out. It's going to be tons of fun. I know that some team had just had a meeting with WMC5, and I know that there's going to be Telemundo there, WMC5 members there. It's going to be fun and full of surprises, and of course, we're going to crown the first Miss Belleza Latina here in Memphis. So super excited about that, and look forward to seeing you guys next Friday. Maybe we'll have, maybe fingers crossed, maybe I'll get to talk to you again next Friday. Don't tell Andrew that, though.
We'll have to wait. Hopefully he doesn't run this back. Hopefully he won't see it. Jairo, it's always fun having you on the Action News 5 digital desk. I'll let you go now, and maybe not. Maybe we'll run it back Friday. We'll see.
Yeah. All right. Take care. Thank you.
All right, guys. Taking you outside at 9:39. We're keeping this thing rolling on the Action News 5 digital desk. We're going to take a 60-second break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Women make up nearly half of the U.S. workforce, yet they only have about 28% of the computer and mathematical occupations. Only 35% of STEM employees in the U.S. are women. So why is there such a disparity there? Let's bring in a couple of women to talk more about this issue. I'm joined by Dr. LaQuata Sumner and Scarlett Howry. Dr. Sumner is an experienced teacher, children's author, and STEAM philanthropist who leads drone and engineering camps throughout the country. And Scarlett Howry is the Vice President of Public Workforce Solutions at DeVry University. Ladies, good morning to you. Let me ask you both this. Why aren't more women in STEAM?
Well, we can see that we are making strides. Women are making strides in the STEAM field, but we can also see from the data that it highlights that we still have some challenges. As an educational institution who is committed to closing those skills gaps and fostering continuous learning, I see firsthand how hands-on learning and real-world problem solving can help that problem. And even programs like our program, Her World, which allows us to introduce STEM activities to middle school girls. And then our program, the Women in Scholars program, which provides resources and tools to women who are starting out in the tech field, which are valuable resources to them.
Scarlett, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I feel it's very similar to Dr. Sumner here. You know, it's important for us to make sure that we provide resources to our learners so that they can experience STEM in a meaningful way where they're able to do those types of hands-on activities that will allow for them to just see themselves in STEM and therefore be able to choose that as a potential occupation for them.
So let's talk in 5 to 10 years. I mean, what kind of career opportunities will be available when it comes to STEM type jobs?
Yeah, AI, high volume data analytics. They're changing the way that we work and we learn. We're seeing positions that are being eliminated and other positions that are changing in ways we just wouldn't have thought of 3 to 5 years ago. It's why upskilling and reskilling is not just a nice to have, it's essential. Degrees will still be important, but it's just not the only pathway to gaining the skills you need in this new digital environment. We need to make sure that educational institutions create pathways for learners that are upskilling and reskilling in a particular part of their life, and other learners who are new to the workforce. All of them need to have access to education. At DeVry, for instance, we do infuse AI into our courses. We want to teach the concepts behind AI so that learners understand how and what AI can do for them. But we also want to infuse it into our undergraduate and our graduate courses so learners also understand context around how to use AI. Hopefully, they walk away with AI fluency that they can then use in their careers.
Yeah, AI seems to be everywhere, certainly. It seems like that's the buzzword these days. What about middle school and high school, Dr. Sumner? What's being done there to inspire that next generation in STEAM?
Well, it's definitely important that we introduce them at a young age because we build their curiosity and also build their confidence. We see that a lot of women don't go into the STEM and STEAM field because they lack role models. So programs like Her World, we're not only introducing them to STEM and STEAM activities where they can get their hands on the activities, but we're introducing them to role models so that they can see themselves in the space. They can see someone who looks like them, and that builds their confidence to say that they too can be in that space and they can succeed in the STEM field as well.
Okay, well, LaQuata Sumner and Scarlett Howry, appreciate the conversation. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Anyone who knows me knows that one of my favorite interviews is dealing with and talking with authors. They know their subject matter so very well, and there's so many things they can include in their book that we get a chance to talk to and speak extemporaneously on. There is a Memphian who has released a book. It's called Called to Lead. It's Gwendolyn J. Tucker. She has a new book out there, empowering first-time leaders with personal experience and practical strategies. Gwendolyn Tucker joining us on the digital desk. She is a CPA. She's president of Ricks International LLC, where she has designed leadership workshops for organizations like the U.S. Navy and healthcare organizations. Gwendolyn, good morning. How are you?
I am wonderful. Thank you so much for having me today.
I appreciate you being here. So tell me about the book. First off, why did you write it?
Yeah, so thank you so very much for this opportunity to share. Actually, my motivation behind writing the book is that oftentimes leaders are actually thrown into or they're called to a new leadership position. And it's as though they're thrown into the deep end of the pool, right? And they don't have any support. And left to themselves, they are actually will tread water for a while, but then they start to go down. So I wrote this book called To Lead: What to Do When a Leadership Position Finds You, to give new leaders and first-time leaders a roadmap on how to ramp up the curve and to be able to be successful more quickly.
So Gwendolyn, tell me, where do people make mistakes when they are in a leadership position?
I think a couple things is oftentimes we think that individuals respond to and are motivated the same way that we are. The top three career stallers and stoppers for leaders, and especially new leaders, is their inability to adapt to differences, their inability to build a team, and their inability to get results. And oftentimes when we do the same thing, hoping to get different results, we know what that result in. It's insanity, right? And we don't get the results. So oftentimes we know how to play the game, but when we're called on to be the coach, we don't know how to parlay that into being a successful leader.
Interesting. I can see that. I totally can see that. So tell me maybe 2 or 3 takeaways. We don't want to give everything away in the book, of course, but give me 2 or 3 takeaways that you want to leave those readers with.
Well, a couple things. Again, the title is Called to Lead: What to Do When a Leadership Position Finds You. Is oftentimes when we just kind of dive in and we think we know what we're called to do, but we're not. And so we need to understand what the work of leadership is. And in my book, I've actually divided it into 3 sections. And one, I share a roadmap, a 4-step roadmap to be able to ramp up the curve. But I also share some practical experiences in the leadership vault that I've included to be able to learn how to apply what is in the book. I know I love to read, but I also love to benefit and read books that I can take and put into practice to help me in my day-to-day work. So I would say those would be 2 things that I would encourage and would be takeaways from the book.
Do you have maybe an example of something that happened where your leadership skills were tested and you were able in a position of leadership to soar above expectations?
Yes. So in my internal audit days, I was promoted to the manager of the team. So I moved from a senior auditor to actually leading the team and responsible for the audit scope for the wood and distribution team, which in auditing that section is very different than leading auditors and interacting with our external auditors and individuals and even the business leaders. So it was a big jump and a big leap to go from actually the auditing of the work to actually overseeing those who did the work. And I'm very thankful that I had someone who was very supportive, a leader who did not leave me out there to drown, but to actually be a flotation device or provide a flotation device and support for me in that role. But I would say that that would be one role in which I actually took a huge leap and was successfully able to lead in that role in terms of in developing that role.
Thank you for answering that. I appreciate it very much. As you know, we have an audience here across Memphis and the Mid-South, North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas, Western Tennessee, and the city of Memphis and Shelby County. What would you say to people here in our area, the Mid-South, about this book and maybe some of the advantages or perhaps challenges that you had to overcome?
I think one of the things, again, going back to the title, Call to Lead, What to Do When a Leadership Position Finds You, is that many times my leadership positions, they found me. I was actually a part of the team, was not looking to lead, but I was called upon to lead. And now that I was a leader, I had to understand, what does the work of leadership look like? And so that was an opportunity and challenge for me. And I think as we I heard someone yesterday talk about, it's one thing to have strategy and tactics. To be a successful leader, you need both.
I love it. I love it. If someone wants to contact you or if they have any questions about the book Called to Lead, how can they reach out?
Yes, they can find me on LinkedIn. And I also want to put a plug in for our local booksellers, Novel Bookstore, as well as Barnes & Noble in Collierville and Books A Million in South Haven carries the book. But they can reach out to me on LinkedIn.
Gwendolyn J. Tucker releasing a book called To Leave. She is a Memphian joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Congratulations on the book. Appreciate the insight, the analysis, and best of luck. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. When it comes to colon cancer, it is the third leading cause of cancer deaths in men and the fourth leading cause in women in the U.S. Early detection is key to beating colon cancer, and there's a brand new study. It's interesting to what this new study is saying. It might help prevent this kind of deadly disease. Let's bring in someone to talk more about this new study and ways to prevent colon cancer. I'm joined right now by Dr. Soren Chokshi, excuse me, medical oncologist at Regional One Health. Dr. Chonsky, you know, maybe on another interview we can talk about springtime allergies that are just killing me right now. But let's talk about colon cancer and tell me specifically about this new study. What did it say and the details of it? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Andrew, for having me, and thank you for bringing me back on the show and to your listeners this morning. So, March is Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month, and what we want to highlight is the importance of our diet and how that impacts our colon cancer risk. And that's what this study, which is similar to prior studies that have come out that have shown that the type of diet that we eat impacts the health of our colon, health of our bacteria in our gut, and that can have long-term implications on the development of colon cancer. Specifically, what this study found kind of builds on many other studies that showed that an increase in dietary fiber that comes through whole grains, fruits and vegetables, complex carbohydrates can help lower inflammation in the colon. And in doing so, you lower the ability of cells to mutate and turn into cancer. And so the primary takeaway point from this study was a well-balanced diet that is high in dietary fiber can help lower inflammation, which can keep your cancer risk low as well.
So let me ask you this: when it comes to colon cancer and doing a colonoscopy, it seems like the years are getting earlier when you should do the colonoscopy. It was 50 for many years, then it went down to 45. Is it because of our diet? Is this why we're seeing colon cancer earlier in people's life?
Well, that's a very good point, Andrew, and you do bring up a very important health implication is the screening guidelines have come down in the past couple years, with the new screening guidelines stating that age 45 should be when individuals who are at average risk for colon cancer should start their screening with colonoscopy, sigmoidoscopy, or some other form of colon cancer testing. Now, the reason those guidelines unfortunately were lowered is we are detecting colon cancer in younger and younger patients. As you mentioned, historically, colon cancer used to be a cancer that developed in older folks, those, 50, 55, 60 plus. But we're now seeing that patients younger than 40 are developing colon cancer, and they're developing colon cancer that is more aggressive or more invasive at diagnosis. And as a result, the governing bodies for gastroenterology and oncology have recommended that we lower those screening guidelines. Now, why is it that colon cancer is being developed or being detected sooner is multifactorial. It could be the diet that we've had for many decades. It could be other exposures. It could also just be lifestyle behaviors and risks that have led to that development. But the main point is those who are average risk need to start getting screened at age 45.
Got it. Let's talk now about symptoms. What should people look for, and when should they see a doctor?
Correct. So the classic symptoms that we worry about for someone who may have colon cancer is if there's blood in the stools. Now that's seen typically by the patient first, but other things that a patient needs to look out for is if they're getting routine blood work through their primary care doctor and they notice that their hemoglobin level, which is a measure of their red blood cell count, is slowly starting to come down. Or if they start to notice that they're feeling more tired than usual, if they're noticing that the stool that's coming out has changed in its the size, or if it's changed in its shape. One other thing that primary care doctor may notice is patients may start to develop iron deficiency for which other causes have been ruled out. And so those are some common symptoms that patients can look out for kind of on their end, and then they can bring those up with their primary doctor. And what I recommend is if there's any concern for anything that's abnormal, please talk to your primary doctor as soon as possible. Get that referral to GI doctor, get that scope done, and just rule out to be sure that there isn't anything abnormal going on.
Dr. Chachki, anything else we can touch on before we let you go here that you haven't touched on already?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to remember is given that colon cancer is rising in younger and younger populations, we do want to recommend that our patients and our internal medicine primary care colleagues think about colon cancer early, get the referral to GI early, and just do whatever we can to assess that before it becomes more advanced.
Dr. Soren Chachki, we appreciate you coming on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thank you for the valuable advice and letting everyone know how early detection is so crucial to defeating this disease. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Andrew, and thank you for the time.
Joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Friday morning, the finally Friday edition. Of course, the weather is going to be fairly quiet for us for today, but there will be a couple of chances for a few passing showers this afternoon as clouds begin to roll back in here. But at least we start off with some sunshine here today. Temperatures topping out in the 60s, a couple spots closing in on 70 as we get a northwesterly breeze flow to kick in here around 10 to 20 miles per hour. Take a look at our first alert futurecast for today. You'll notice a lot of sunshine through at least lunchtime. After lunchtime, popping up a few clouds. We'll call it self-destructing sunshine here today because as the sunshine warms the atmosphere, it will get a little bit unstable in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere, kicking off those few isolated showers. It won't be overwhelming, but amid those few isolated showers, there could be a few small hailstones that could come down as well. After sunset, the weather does quiet down. The clouds will continue to clear out, and actually the temperatures bottoming out down into the 30s and 40s starting off early Saturday morning. It looks like we'll have a pretty nice way to get into the weekend. If you have plans to be out and about here this weekend, I think you're in good shape. Recovery efforts as well. Folks who are boots on the ground right now trying to clean up in the flood-ravaged areas and also the tornado-ravaged areas here across the Mid-South. Again, the weather should cooperate with you as we head through your Saturday. Again, a little bit on the cool side, but we won't be talking about strong winds. Now, the winds should start to pick up, though, as we head into your Sunday. We'll start off with temperatures in the 40s and near 50. And notice the temperatures come warming up pretty efficiently, well into the 70s, approaching 80 degrees on Sunday. Those winds, though, will be pretty aggressive, gusting around 30 to 40 miles per hour through the course of the day, and getting ready for some changes for the upcoming weekend, start of next week. And that comes by way of a front that will approach us. The Memphis Showboats going up against the Houston Roughnecks on Saturday afternoon over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. 1:30 kickoff. Great weather for that. Light winds. That will also kind of fill in for Cooper Young Porch Fest. That time frame 12 to 6 on Saturday. But again, you got some great weather, whether you're going to be on one side of the parkway or the other side of the parkway. I think you're in decent shape there. 1 p.m., 61 degrees, 65 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The final home game for your Memphis Grizzlies and the Dallas Mavericks as the final home game of the regular season. 2:30 tip-off. Of course, you can watch that on Action News 5 for free, starting off during the afternoon hours on Sunday. Again, great weather. Winds, though, a little aggressive, whether you're going to be seeing the Beale Street Bears in person or on Action News 5. I think you're in good shape. A lot of sunshine here. 77 by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, near 80 degrees, 4 o'clock. We're still looking at the river flooding across the Mid-South. Still got a long way to go with this. There have been improvements slowly but surely across the area. Nothing's rising for the Forked River across Dyer County, and nothing's rising along the Obion River at Bogota, but they're not going to go down immediately. It's going to take a long time because guess what? As that water starts draining towards the Mississippi's obviously running pretty high right now as well. So while it's draining, it's at a slower pace than it would normally do if the river wasn't already at a high enough level. So that's what we're dealing with. Of course, the Mississippi River now in flood stage all the way down the pipeline to Tunica County. Of course, the crest now at Memphis going to be still 36 feet, but instead of Monday, it's looking to be Wednesday morning as the water continues to drain out. We still have some issues along the Tyronza River, the Cache River, the Black and White Rivers over in Arkansas, and the St. Francis River. I will give a first alert to our friends in Madison, Arkansas. Eastern St. Francis County could have some issues there. The river still rising there at Madison to 36.5 feet. That will be moderate flood stage by the time we head towards early next week, and that could cause some issues again there on the east side of Madison. There in eastern St. Francis County. Of course, that water is still going to work its way down towards the Tunica area, coming out into the Mississippi River. The Coldwater River from Arcabutla Lake, it continues its trek down towards the south, towards the Sunflower River Basin, and eventually works its way down through some of the lakes and levees through the Mississippi Delta. Potential rainfall, though, we're positively not talking about anything overwhelming. The next best chance for rain probably comes in here as we head towards like Thursday and Friday of next week. Talking like an additional 1/10 of an inch of rainfall. That may be adjusted here in the next few days, as you'll notice on our first alert futurecast. Get you into Thursday morning. Some showers moving across part of the area. Not every section of the Action News 5 coverage area seeing the rain showers with temperatures in the 70s. And then you notice still the rain showers kind of coming and going even into Friday. That system works its way out of the region as we head towards Friday evening. So that's good news. It won't be an overwhelming opportunity for rain, but anything at this point puts a little salt in the wound after what we've seen in recent days. A bit breezy here today, 65 the high temperature, morning sunshine, afternoon cloudiness, but even that, it's going to be more of a mixture of clouds and sunshine and a passing shower or two. We can't rule it out. Bright sunshine for your Saturday, temperatures in the middle to upper 60s through the afternoon hours, approaching 80 for Palm Sunday. Church services looking good. Windy conditions though. Winds gusting around 30 to 40 miles per hour. Afternoon chance of a shower on Monday, a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Cooler in the wake of that system, 68 the high on Tuesday, 72 on Wednesday, mid-70s coming up on Thursday, and a chance for a few showers again Thursday into Friday. Looking great for Good Friday on Friday of next week and Easter weekend. Hopefully we'll get away with not much fanfare, but Sunday there could be a few showers late in the day that will lead us into the first, leading into the Monday after Easter. The weather overall, though, still very quiet comparatively to where we have been in recent weeks. I will give you a heads up in a first alert. It does look like in a broader sense, and when I say broader sense, I'm talking about regionally to at least local nationally. We're talking, the southeast, the south central portion of the United States. There could be some more storms to contend with as we head towards the end of the month of April. We're still a long way away from that, but just want to give you something to kind of think in the back of your mind. I don't think that we have to worry about anything severe weather-wise between now and this 10-day forecast. But beyond the 10-day forecast, we're talking in the 15, 16, 17-day range. Could be talking about the potentials for some storms coming back into the fold at some point in time. But let's enjoy what we have for now. And of course, for the folks who are dealing with recovery efforts, at least you got some great weather to contend with the next couple of days. But be prepared for that warmth that comes back in here on Sunday amid the gusty breezes as well.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There's a question out there that many people ask. Who pays when Memphis police work special events, be it a concert, a Grizzlies game, some other kind of special event? Who pays that bill? Is it MPD? Is it the entity or organization, or is it taxpayers? Let's bring in our friend Sam Hardiman with the Daily Memphian. He covers a number of different issues downtown, the government reporter and City Hall. He spends a lot of time in, and he asked that question. In fact, it was the latest piece that he and his colleagues at the Daily Memphian have revealed. And, Sam, good morning to you. I guess would be an assumption that the entity or the organization that is having that special event would pay the bulk of it. But based upon your investigation, that's not entirely true, right? Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, thanks, Andrew, for having me on. It appears that MPD is not actually very good at billing the entities that receive special event security. So first, you can find this article at thedailymemphian.com, or dailymemphian.com, I'm sorry. And, what we really found is MPD last year, and this is calendar year 2024, so we only have 1 year of data. This has obviously been going on for decades, right? And MPD just didn't start working special events yesterday. And so what is really interesting about that is in that 1 year data, there's a whole you can give the figure from the article, but there's a whole number of events and percentage of the $1.3 million in MPD overtime. MPD isn't even billing the entity for; they're just eating the cost, which means taxpayers are eating the cost. And so, while $1.3 million is not very much in a $300+ million MPD budget, where they budget $32 million for overtime, every little bit counts, and every little dollar that comes back to MPD from an entity is money that taxpayers can have in services somewhere else.
How much are taxpayers on are footing the bill? I mean, how much are they on this account here? I mean, when it comes to, let's just say 2024.
2024, it's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. MPD, I think, collected a little more than I think 400 grand. Check the article. My brain is a little foggy this morning. In terms of payments from those entities, so really, it's almost $1 million last year that MPD just ate, which means taxpayers just ate for special events, and a lot of the money that's getting eaten is sporting events and concerts, and so that means really a lot of downtown man hours are not being paid for by the entities that need the security. And there's obviously this argument maybe that this is economic growth, this is economic impact, etc. But this is a decent amount of money that's getting eaten by taxpayers here.
Man, and it seems based upon your article, Sam, that even MPD admits, hey, listen, we need a better policy when it comes to this stuff, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me? Or did I just mute myself?
Yes. No, I can hear you. Keep going.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, absolutely. MPD, the presentation we obtained at the Daily Memphian, makes very clear that MPD is looking for a better policy. They've been facing pressure from the Memphis City Council recently, who has taken a real shine to the MPD budget and the overtime budget. And MPD in this presentation concluded essentially saying we need a clear policy so that when we actually send bills to people, because a big part of this is it's just bills not even being sent to the entities, right? This isn't just, people aren't paying. It is MPD is not sending. And then the department also wants a clear collections process, meaning okay, we've sent an invoice. Here's how we actually get paid for that invoice, which is something private business does every day.
Yeah. Wow. That is infuriating to, I'm sure, a number of different taxpayers there. That it's just a matter of billing that entity and going through, I guess, the collection process. You mentioned earlier that it's Memphis City Council that is shining a light on MPD's budget. Do you expect this or anticipate it coming up sometime soon, in particular for the budget season?
Absolutely. I mean, the Memphis City Council is going to set the budget tomorrow. Not set the budget, I'm sorry. Everyone calm down. They're going to set their hearings for the budget tomorrow, which means we'll actually have a process as to how taxpayer money is going to get allocated this year. And I would expect when MPD comes before the council, which will be a long, dry meeting sometime in April or early May, we are going to see some real scrutiny of this, because there was some scrutiny almost a month ago when the last time the Memphis City Council met, which was in mid-February. Had quite the long break here. And we'll definitely see something about this. I've heard from council people this morning. I'm not going to say who, but I've definitely heard from several this morning who read the article and were like, wow, we're going to be talking about this. And so it definitely is going to happen, because every little, again, this is not a large amount of money in terms of an $800 million city budget, a $300 million MPD budget, or even the overtime budget. But when, it costs, say, $1 million, $500,000 to resurface the playground, right? And MPD is, eating $800,000, $900,000 for the overtime every year. Well, if they're not eating that overtime, right, maybe that playground gets paid for with a certain amount of money that isn't debt or something like that, or services that MPD, needs, for example, whether it's uniforms, whether it's, bullets, whether it's, anything that can be paid for by this money. And so every dollar saved is another dollar in taxpayer services. And that's really important.
No question about it, and also just it's so frustrating that it's not working out the way that it's supposed to, I guess. Anything else you want to mention to our viewers that are watching right now?
No, I understand the frustration, Andrew. I think this is, and I'm not going to try to editorialize here, but I think Memphis as an entity, and I'm talking about the government, not the people, But the government as an entity is starting to wise up, and I'm not saying they weren't wise before. They're starting to wise up and really count the pennies where they can, because pennies add up. And I think looking forward, that's a good thing for taxpayers. The fact that this information is out there is a good thing for taxpayers. And that's what I would say. And please continue to read our work and support the Daily Memphian. We take donations. We are a nonprofit.
Sam Hardiman, always doing great work at the Daily Memphian, covering government and politics. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Schizophrenia is a persistent and often disabling mental illness that affects how a person thinks, how they feel, how they behave. It is something that is catastrophic for so many people. There were nearly 2.8 million people in the U.S. affected by it. It's one of the top causes of disability worldwide. I want to tell you right now that the FDA has recently approved a new medication for treatment of schizophrenia in adults, representing the first new class of medicine in more than 30 years. And to talk with me more about this new treatment is Dr. Gus Alva. He is joining us right now. He's a distinguished fellow of the American Psychiatry Association. And first, Dr. Alva, good morning to you. Tell us about this new treatment and the groundbreaking treatment that it is. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Andrew, and exciting it is, isn't it? We've actually had an amazing breakthrough, and this morning I'm partnering with Bristol Myers Squibb to speak about this new medicine, Cobenfy, which is a combination of xanomeline and trospium chloride, the first and only FDA-approved medicine that targets M1 and M4 receptors in the brain. Completely different way of treating patients that suffer with schizophrenia, and that's why this new medicine is not called an antipsychotic. It is a medicine for the treatment of adults with schizophrenia.
So I understand, doctor, that in the past with other treatments, a lot of patients with schizophrenia, they would either not respond to therapy, or they would have a partial or an inadequate improvement, and then the side effects were just too much for many of them. How is this treatment different from that?
Well, Andrew, like you said, schizophrenia is not a one-size-fits-all situation. And you're right, up to this particular point, the different medicines that we've had block D2 receptors in the brain, which means that there's either too much or too little dopamine. And if you just indiscriminately block D2 receptors in the brain, you may, to a degree, decrease some of the hallucinations and delusions that people might experience, but you may also aggravate specific problems, like maybe cause irreversible movement problems or metabolic factors that might decrease the overall lifespan of the individual. So you're absolutely right. Targeting a new overall approach in dealing with these symptoms is really critical, and Cobenfy offers that. We know this medicine works because when you take a look at the overall program that was very robustly done, this is a drug that works across multiple symptom domains in patients that suffer with schizophrenia, and it works quite nicely. Now, keep in mind, not everybody will be able to take the medicine. Some people that might be allergic to the medicine or might have some difficulty emptying their bladder or their stomach or have certain eye or liver conditions wouldn't be able to take the medicine. And all medicines cause side effects. The most common side effects with this medicine could include nausea, constipation, increases in blood pressure, and so on. So, it's useful to keep in mind that, one's own doctor might be a great resource for additional information, or go to a website like cobenfy.com where more information is retained.
If someone is interested in learning more, is that the best place online in order to do so, just to learn more about this treatment and if it works for them?
Absolutely, Andrew. So Cobenfy, COBENFY.com would be the spot in which people might be able to get more information, patients, their loved ones, etc. Cobenfy.com.
Anything else you want to mention with regards to this new treatment, the FDA approval, and what you've seen with it so far?
Absolutely, Andrew. Imagine a life in which you couldn't trust what you saw or heard or smelled or tasted or felt, and a life in which you had fixed false beliefs, or a life in which you weren't enjoying life the way that you and I do, or communicating the way that you and I do, or not being able to actually, remember things or make decisions. Those are some of the symptoms that people experience that suffer with schizophrenia. So this is a new step forward, offering hope for individuals that might have either not benefited or had intolerable side effects with other medicines that they may have tried out in the past. And that's what I've seen with my patients, really that new hope of additional benefit.
All right, Dr. Goss, Elva talking about the new ground, breaking new ground in schizophrenia treatment on the digital desk. Thank you. All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There is a big spring plant sale at Memphis Botanic Garden, April, and it is certainly one of those plant sales that need to be recognized because there are all kinds of plants that you can buy there, shapes and sizes, you name it. Let's check in with Wyatt Peterson. He is the greenhouse manager at Memphis Botanic Garden. Wyatt, good morning to you. Tell us a little bit about this sale. It seems like it gets bigger and better each and every year. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah. We're here in the greenhouse where we prepare a lot of the plants. We are getting stocked up and ready to go. We've got nearly 2 acres out there, and it is just packed to the brim with plants. And the greenhouse as well. And I mean, you think of it, you name it, we've got it. The sale is April 10th through April 12th at 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. April 10th is the members only day. So if you are a member, you can get a 10% discount on all of our plants and early access to all of the stuff. So you can get, the pick of the bunch. And it's going to be a great time.
So let me ask you this: Is it native to Mid-South plants, or are there other exotic plants? Explain a little bit about it.
Yeah, so we've got a curated selection of plants grown in the Mid-South. They'll do perfect for your yard. Spring is a great time to start planting. So we've got it here, and we've got our horticulture staff walking around all day. So you come out there, you have any plant that you're interested in, ask them a question. They can tell you the whole story about that plant. Odds are they grew it from seed. So, they can give you the entire background. You have pictures of your yard. They can show you where to plant it and how to care for it. I'm growing a bunch of house plants. We've got really cool, exotic, and rare stuff that you can't necessarily find at the big box stores. So, I mean, we've got We've got our natives, annuals, perennials, shrubs and trees. We've got fruits and herbs, and we've got veggies as well.
That's cool. So you can show somebody a picture of your property, and they'll tell you where to put it. That's fantastic.
Absolutely.
Tell us about the proceeds. I mean, this is a big fundraiser for you guys, right?
Yeah, all the proceeds go directly back into the garden. So it's going to support everything we do here, how we keep this place looking beautiful, but it's also going to help all of our community outreach, our education. It's a big benefit for us. It's where we get a lot of our funding.
Excellent, excellent. So anything else we need to know about? We said it, April 10th is open just for Memphis Botanic Garden members. The 11th and 12th, it's open to the public for free. Anything else we can talk about, Wyatt?
Well, I've got some plants I can show you if you would like.
Let's do it.
All right, so right here, I've got a ghost cactus. This is pretty unique. It's white variegated, so it's barely got any green on it, hence why it's called a ghost cactus. And that's pretty rare and unique. We've got this mosaic ficus as well, and these are all houseplants, by the way. And this thing can get 12 feet tall if you keep growing it. But it's got beautiful patterns on its leaves. We've got these hybrid begonias. They've got great patterns on their leaves as well. You know, the houseplants are really showy and a lot of fun, but we've also got plenty of stuff out in the nursery that would be perfect for the yard.
Fantastic. Wyatt, I appreciate that. A little show and tell on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thank you so much. Good luck, and we appreciate all the work that you do at Memphis Botanic Garden to make that place shine so much. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Spring break isn't just for college students anymore. Travelers are really kind of redefining the season with longer, more immersive getaways, cultural experiences, self-care escapes. Let's talk more about this season, this spring's biggest travel trends with Allie Killam. She's with Airbnb joining us on the digital desk. So tell me, how, Allie, are people rethinking spring break this year? Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, Airbnb guests are really prioritizing self-care, immersing themselves in cultural events, and spending quality time with their family and their pets while they're traveling this spring. So compared to last year, searches for trips with pets have increased by 30%. And we're also seeing a rise in solo travel. So we've seen a 90% growth in solo travel searches for spring, which we think is tied to this wider, slow, and soft travel trend. And then with spring breaks in full spring across the schools around the country, we're also seeing that destinations that offer family-friendly events and activities are really trending with guests this spring as well.
So tell me about this solo trend and what's driving it, because I would think, like, when I travel, I want to be with a friend, a family member, somebody to enjoy the experiences.
Yeah, definitely. I think the solo travel trend is really tied into this greater trend around self-care and travel being one and the same, and just taking time to really unplug, really get to know a destination, and really focus on relaxation, connection, and really taking things slow. So we're seeing this in a couple different ways. So people who are increasingly searching for countryside listings this spring compared to last year, and that might show that travelers are looking for a bit more of an off the beaten path experience this spring. And we're also noticing that people are just spending more time in the places that they're traveling to this spring, and solo travelers especially. They are opting for trips with an average of 17 nights this spring, and family trips are also averaging around 8 nights. So longer trips in general, people are really getting to connect with the destinations they're traveling to. And for guests who are interested in this type of travel, what's great is that more than 2/3 of hosts on Airbnb offer weekly or monthly discounts to make those types of trips a little bit more affordable.
Very cool. So let's talk about some of the destinations that are trending this spring and maybe share some tips for people wanting to plan some sort of getaway.
Yeah, so we're seeing a lot of interesting destinations trending this spring, whether they're hosting major events or warm weather beach destinations. But some things we've seen are Basel, Switzerland has made the list, Milan, Italy, Stillwater, Oklahoma has made the list. They're hosting a family weekend at Oklahoma State this spring. And we're also seeing destinations like Gulf Shores, Alabama, and Ubatuba, Brazil trend this spring as well. And then in terms of tips, I always recommend people looking at our redesigned search filters. They can really get specific on what types of amenities you're looking for and finding stays that way. I'd also keep an eye out for quality badges like guest favorites. Those indicate some of the most loved Airbnbs on the platform. And then also just taking a look at the listing reviews before booking. They can really help with setting the expectations of your trip.
Very cool. And what about more information? If people want to kind of get some ideas going, get the juices flowing, where can they go?
Yeah, you can head to Airbnb.com or you can download the Airbnb app.
Okay, Allie Killam, appreciate the time and happy spring to you.
Stores in the 901. What? Yeah, check this out. Look who's joining us this morning on the Action News 5 digital desk. It's trainer. Let's make sure I get this right. Brachio Brian. I don't know. Did I get this right? How does it sound?
That's absolutely right. Brachio O'Brien. I'm a dinosaur trainer.
A dinosaur trainer. Well, this is so fun. I've been looking forward to this interview all morning long. So let's just jump into it because you're not here by yourself. You got some friends surrounding you, right?
I do. I got a couple of our baby dinosaurs. We've got Trixie, the baby Triceratops, and we've got Tyson, the T-Rex. Whoa.
Hey, Tyson. Oh, let me be careful. Let me be on my best behavior here. So this is so much fun. I know we have some great things happening in the 901 coming up next Saturday. Why don't you brief me on that? What can people look forward to? I know that at the Agri Center is going to be the International Expo. So tell me something about what's happening.
Yeah, so you're going to step back in time over 165 million years. And
wow.
You're going to have an awesome time. We have life-size animatronic dinosaurs. We have dinosaurs that kids can ride on. We have bouncy houses. We've got so many things for families to do.
You're really taking us back 165 million years back. I like this. So tell me a little bit. I know that this is, you mentioned it's a family-friendly event, right? You can bring the whole family out?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's things for people of all ages. It's a true family event, and it's not just fun, it's also educational. We have fossil tables where we have real and cast of real dinosaur fossils. We have microscopes that you can check out fossils in. We've got, like I said, all the bouncy houses, the rides. We even have a Utah Raptor that the kids can train.
You can't beat that. Events where you can learn, where you can engage. Those are my favorite events. So in previous experiences, you know, when you see the kids come by and they're looking at all the dinosaurs, what type of reaction does that typically bring out of kids?
Oh, their faces light up. Their faces light up. They see those dinosaurs and they're like, whoa! It is such a great feeling. It's so cool to see. I can't wait to see it this coming weekend.
And we have to mention, but there's also an opportunity you can take photos with face painting as well. We have to put that out there because you know the kids love that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can do green screen photos where you're riding on a dinosaur, you're being chased by a dinosaur. We also have face paint, so you can get your face painted like a dinosaur. We have so many things to do. It's a super cool place.
Okay, so I have to ask, so if I come, will I be able to hold one of the baby dinosaurs? I'm kind of jealous. I'm like watching you guys hold baby Tyson here as well. Do you get an opportunity for that?
So you don't get to hold them, but you can pet them.
Okay, that works. That works. We can touch them just briefly, just like that. Just a slight little pet there. Okay, that works. So let's get people there. Let's get some information out. The when, where, why. So where can they go to purchase tickets, and when this event is taking place, and where exactly?
So it's going to be, you go to JurassicQuest.com, and if you enter promo code Dino30, you can save 30% on your tickets. And it's going to be next weekend at the convention center.
Yep, we love a good deal, and we love just really educating our youth on pretty cool things like this. So I'm so glad you guys stopped by the Action News 5 digital desk. Was there anything you wanted to share with us that I did not ask you today?
No, just like I said, go to JurassicQuest.com, enter promo code Dino30, and you'll be able to save 30% on your tickets.
All right, sounds good. Well, thanks so much, guys, and have fun. I look forward to seeing you guys. All right, welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. The time now is 9:03. If you have dreams of being an officer, this next segment is for you. I'm bringing in Officer Christopher Freeman. He's joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk to share with us about the Memphis Police Hiring Expo. Good morning to you, Officer Freeman.
Good morning. How are you on this Friday?
I'm pretty good. Thankful it's Friday. It's definitely been a long week for me, and I'm sure it has for you as well. Let's jump right into it. We have to talk about this hiring expo. Let's just get the first thing out the way is what qualifications are you looking for? If some of our viewers have interest in becoming an officer, what do they need to know?
Okay, great. So if you want to become the best in blue, we look for three things: 2 years of military, 2 years of work experience, whether it's part or full-time work experience, or 24 credit hours of college. You also must have a valid driver's license and a clean background.
All right, straight to the point. I like that. So let me ask you this. For this hiring expo, for our viewers who are probably getting ready, they're writing down their notes, they got the qualifications. Okay, what should they expect at the expo? How does this typically look?
Okay, so when you come to the expo, the first thing you're going to see are the recruiters and the training academy staff and our new officers who are able to give a better, more recent account of what it feels like to come through the training academy and become an officer in today's time. But when they get there, they'll be greeted by us. They'll be able to ask us any questions complete their application if they have not already. And once that's done, they can take the first pre-hire test, which will put them leaps and bounds ahead in the hiring process versus those who don't come to the expo.
Good to know, Officer Freeman. Also, I don't know if you're aware of this, but it can be a bit intimidating when you come across men in uniform. So what advice would you give to those who want to stop by the expo? Is there any encouragement you can share with them?
Absolutely. You feel the calling to come to the expo, and you can't ignore it. We're all human. The police are human, and coming to the expo, you'll be able to understand that because we're able to converse with each applicant who wants to join, and it gets us on a different connection versus just applying online or talking on the phone. We actually get to put a face to the name, a face to the voice, and understand each other from officer to prospect.
Yeah, that always helps. So let's get people there. Let's talk about the when, where, and why. So this is not this Saturday, but next Saturday, right?
Next Saturday, yes ma'am. It'll be Saturday, April 12th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at 170 North Main. And I know parking is always a concern, so there'll be free parking at the Mud Island Parking Garage. It's at Poplar in front.
All right, so we got to talk about pay. That's what everybody really wants to hear. I see it was starting off at 56, but you put in 3 years of work. That could change, right?
It will change. In 3 years, that's $75,000. So from 56 on day one to $75,000 on year 3. And when you get to year 5, that 75 turns to 77. And that doesn't count whatever certifications you get that may add on top of your salary, plus the education incentive that we have, which is 7.5% on top of your salary for a bachelor's and 10% for a master's.
All right, I think everybody's tuned in now that you start talking about money. Thanks so much for that, Officer Freeman. Before I let you go, was there anything else you wanted to share to get people ready for this expo? That's not this Saturday, guys. You don't have to worry about it. It's next Saturday. Anything else you want to add out there, Mr. Freeman?
Absolutely. If you have a heart for service and you really want to serve the Memphis community, come to the expo, explore your options, and join the Best in Blue.
All right, Best in Blue. That's Officer Christopher Freeman. Thanks so much for stopping by the Action News 5 Digital Desk. All right.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It's always great to talk about food in Memphis and the Mid-South, and what better way to talk about food than the Daily Memphian food reporter Jennifer Chandler joining us this morning on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Jennifer, I understand you're going to be talking about the ever-changing landscape of restaurants here in Memphis and the Mid-South. It continues to change very dynamically, doesn't it? Good morning.
It does. It is amazing to me how much movement there is in the restaurant scene here in Memphis, Tennessee. There are always places opening. Sadly, there are a few that close for different reasons. But we have a really robust food scene here in town. And despite what's going on in the world and the prices of eggs and all of these crazy things, people are still opening restaurants, which is a good thing for us who like to eat out. So I wanted to talk about some of the things that have happened in the past couple of weeks here in Memphis in the restaurant scene. So you ready?
Let's go.
Okay, the first one. Now this one is very bittersweet for me. And in fact, the two owners involved in what I'm about to tell you both use that word. And I think it's very, very fitting. But this past week, 17 Berkshire which is a lovely bakery in Overton Square. They have a pop-up location also in Saddle Creek. And she just was nominated for Outstanding Bakery in the United States. She made a semifinalist in the James Beard Award. This is Nuha Abudaher, is the owner of 17 Berkshire. And she announced that she is closing. And I am so sad because I've always loved her shop. It is a little gem. It's open a few more days. If you have time to swing by Overton Square and check it out, because Nuha has done a beautiful job. Her macarons are lovely. She does these French pastries. She has a wonderful like coffee bar. It's just a really, really special place. And I'm going to be really sad to see it go. She's going to step back. She has 3 small children. It's time for her to be a mom, she says. So she's going to step back to do that for right now. But I have a feeling, I'm hopeful that she will start. She started as a pop-up. So I'm hoping we might be able to see her sweet treats at some point in time in the future, that she is not gone for good. But I wish her the best of luck, but she is going to be missed. But the sweet part of that is going into her space is Jacques Louis Bakery. And many people may not know about this, but this is a gluten-free bakery by baker Savannah Kinney. And she's been doing, for a couple of years now, she's been doing online orders only. She had a pickup spot at Snapdragon Floral in East Memphis. But you kind of had to be in the know to know what she was doing. Her desserts are gorgeous and they are delicious. And you would have no idea that they are gluten-free. I'm really, really excited. She actually has one of my favorite, it's not a traditional king cake, but one of my favorite king cakes in town that she does every year, and it's completely gluten-free. But she is very, very talented. So she is going to take over after Nuha closes 17 Berkshire, which will be in mid-April. And she is going to take time to have to clean up the kitchen to make sure it's completely gluten-free. I think that's a process to be able to remove any of the flour that was left over by 17 Berkshire. And so she hopes to open in early summer, if not sooner. So I think it's going to be very, very exciting. And it's actually very fortuitous that for her that this all happened. The timing of it is she was baking out of her home kitchen. She had turned it into a commercial kitchen, and the kitchen didn't have a fire, but her home had a fire and it damaged the kitchen. And so she has not been able to, that was in late February. So she's not been baking for a minute. So now she's going to have a place that's her own dedicated kitchen with a shop, and she's going to keep the coffee bar aspect. I think it's going to be a really special thing. So both that location is tucked behind in Overton Square on Trimble Place, which is kind of on the back side. There's a little courtyard back there. Many people don't know about it, and I'm going to share a tip. When you're going to either of those locations, if you're just running in and picking up, you can pull up on that side road right there and turn on your hazards. There is a pickup and delivery spot right there if you don't want to deal with the parking garage. A lot of people didn't know that. So that's my tip I'm sharing. So now we're going to go all the way out east to Germantown and talk about coffee and pastry some more. But JoJo's Espresso has opened, and you can see from this picture, it is absolutely stunning, the space that they've taken over. They're in the Thornwood development, and they took over. Oh my gosh, I'm having a senior moment all of a sudden on the name of the chain, the deli that was there. But they took over this large deli space and they have transformed it into this adorable cafe. They kept all of their color scheme that you see, the white subway tile, the black. There's some greens in here. I'm so excited for this couple because JoJo's Espresso, I remember writing their opening story, and this was a very long time ago, and they built a trailer themselves. I remember going to their house to do the story interview. He went in his kitchen. He had his kitchen, all this espresso machine equipment out everywhere. He made me an espresso. He was so excited. The food truck went really, really well. Then he opened a tiny little space in Thornwood a few years ago. It is always packed, and now he has this large space. They will be serving coffee as well, but now they also have a small kitchen that has a limited menu. I have not eaten the food yet, but I have heard rave reviews from friends about their breakfast and lunch menu. So I can't wait to check it out. In fact, I'm thinking of going today. But one of the things that's part of this is Palmer House Bakery, which is a mom and daughter team, and they have been supplying kind of wholesale to different restaurants, and they were a wholesaler to JoJo's. And again, they were working out of a commercial kitchen, but because the space is so large, there is a space for them in the kitchen. So they have their home, actually it's behind this wall that you see right there in the picture, is their own dedicated pastry area. So the pastry display is so robust and so many options, everything freshly baked. And I'm so excited that they're going to be able to expand their business too. So next time you're in Germantown, go by JoJo's Espresso and check it out in Thornwood. And also, if you happen to be going to Methodist Hospital, know that also this past month, JoJo's opened a coffee stand in Methodist Germantown Hospital where the gift shop used to be. So there are two places now that you can get your coffee in Germantown. I like the bourbon mocha. It's what I always get. Have you ever been to JoJo's before?
I don't know. Where is Thornwood? Is that off of Exeter? Where is that?
It is. It's right across the street. If you know where the Germantown Performing Arts Center GPAC is,
yeah,
it is right across the street from it. Moon Dance is in that same subdivision. There are a couple of shops.
Gotcha.
So,
I know exactly where it is. No, I love the pictures inside. Wow, it looks gorgeous.
Yeah, and it's a couple. They've named it after. They had a son that passed away right when it was born, and he was named JoJo, and the store is named after him. And as their family has grown, so has their coffee business. And it's just a really sweet people, sweet story. I'm so excited to see how they've been able to grow this business from a trailer that they built in their own backyard to now this. It's a very exciting story, and their products are really, really good. And Comeback Coffee, another local vendor, is their in-house roaster. So does all of their roasting beans and does a special blend for them. So when there's a lot of local stuff going on in this coffee shop. So next on my list, we're going to head back to Midtown and to a food truck, since we were just talking about one. Rocket Greens and Things is a new food truck by Chef Kelly English. It is in Midtown. It is on kind of at the corner of Union and Cooper, maybe one block. If you know where that CVS is right there, it's right behind it. There is an empty lot, and there is a bright green food truck there. And he has a fun menu. It's a small menu of salads that he does. He's very excited about the Korean salad, which is the one you see right here. It has a very spicy Goujon dressing. I did try it. The dressing is very spicy, so don't pour the whole cup on there unless you really want some spice. I also had the muffaletta one, which is like almost like a sandwich meets a salad. Very, very hearty. There's a picture of it. But they're open for lunch every day, an early dinner during the week, and then on Saturdays for lunch if you want to grab a hearty salad to go. And they think that they're going to add, they kept the name things in their title because they might add things like wraps. In the winter, they might add soups, but they're very, very excited about it. And it's a quick and easy way to grab a salad on the go when you're in Midtown. And they actually, now that the weather is about to turn nice, they have put out some picnic tables out there. So you can sit out there and eat at a picnic table, or you can take it to go. Now we keep flip-flopping across Memphis. Now we're going to head back out to Germantown. And, you know, Half Shell has been a restaurant that has been beloved by Memphians for forever. And they have opened a Germantown location. And it is in the former Let It Fly sports bar space. And it just opened. And so there is a brand new Half Shell in Memphis. It was bought by new owners a couple of years ago. And they are really investing in the brand. They're about to do some remodeling at the location, the original location on Mendenhall. And this new one, I think is going to be great. It's easy to get in and out of in that strip mall and plenty of parking. And I'm really excited to go check it out. It looks great. And it has the menu that everyone loves about Half Shell. So that brand and that restaurant group is on the move in a good way. And then my last one to report is one that I'm also sad about because I think a lot of people liked it, but Rail Garden in Midtown is not reopening. It closed, I guess, late last year, saying that it was closing for remodeling or some work. And, you know, I think all of us that kind of watched that space didn't see much happening over there. And the inevitable has happened. It is listed for sale. So that whole entire complex, which does include that restaurant space that was the farmer in front, is for sale. So if you know somebody wants to bring this really cool spot back to life, tell them to go check it out because I just think it was a really cool thing for Memphis and Midtown. It was very family friendly. And and it was fun for all ages to go there and listen to bands and hang out, and your kids play out on the playground. And then the restaurant space is lovely that they designed there. So I'm sad to see that go, and but I know that something is very good is happening and that going to happen in the future there. I'm very positive about that. So that's all I have to report. That's happened in the past week, and that's a lot going on in 2 weeks.
Yeah, it is. It is, and it was great to see, and you hit on everything there, and it's ever-changing landscape, and we know that Jennifer Chandler's on top of it all. Tell our viewers how they can see your goings on each and every time you post it on Daily Memphian.
Yes. So it's not just me at the Daily Memphian reporting on food. We have a great team of reporters that cover this beat because there is so much that's going on. But you can find all of our stories at dailymemphian.com/food to get the latest news. I have reviews of restaurants. There's just so much that you can find in that section. So please check it out.
All right, Jennifer Chandler on the digital desk once again. Thank you so much, Jennifer. We appreciate it.